Sì. Eccoci qua. Buongiorno a tutti quanti.
Good morning and welcome to all the participants here in the room and connected with us. My name is Torresin, in charge of relations for ARLEF, and it is going to be my pleasure to be with you today. In the morning, we'll have the opportunity to view various presentations on the situation of certain minority languages here in our region and in Europe. Today's event takes place within the international festival Lingue Mundi, the festival of minority languages, organized as one of the projects of Gorizia Nova Gorica 2025, European Capital of Culture. We're going to have a very busy day. There will be many contributions, and I'd like to start right away by giving the floor to the Mayor Roberto Felcaro, Mayor of Cormons. Thank you, and good morning and welcome. Today we are starting with a more technical approach towards minority languages. I'm very happy with this festival because we are going to implement everything that yesterday the Basque representatives were telling us. Minority languages are not just folklore. These languages have to have their own dignity. They must be preserved. As we heard yesterday, in Europe, over and above recognized official languages, there are in between 40 and 60 languages. Spoken by 15 million people, and these are minority languages. And these 15 million people, they feel represented by their minority culture. So this conference, with the speakers that have been invited, will dwell upon these minority languages. As public administration, I have to thank my councillor and Michela Lautieri. They've been working with me I have to thank Burda, ARLEF, all local associations, the region, SSO. It is a festival covering 4 days and dealing with minority languages for many different perspectives. Today we're going to be more technical in our approach, but tomorrow evening there will be a theatrical presentation, and our friends from Burda will be involved because this is a cross-border initiative. The collaboration between Cormons and Burda is long-standing because we are part of a single area, of a single territory. And when it comes to promoting our areas, we work together. This festival was submitted to the GECT 2025, to the ECGT 2025. We were granted support by the region, and we've been able, therefore, to launch this festival over 4 days on minority languages. I wish you all fruitful results with this meeting. I'm sure that it's going to be very interesting. And I stop here because I know that we have to listen to very interesting contributions by our speakers. We've just listened to the mayor of Cormons, Mr. Felcaro. This event has been organized with the collaboration of tourism, culture and sport organization in Brda. So I give the floor to Tina Novak for her welcome speech. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome on my behalf and on behalf of the municipality of Burda. We're very happy to have organized this festival together with the municipality of Comons. It took us a year, but this shows that this is a unique area from the viewpoint of the fact that there was once a border dividing us, and now instead we have this major opportunity of collaborating together to further integrate this area in Europe. I have to say that the beauty of our area lies in its multicultural character. And within the context of Gorica, Nova Gorica, European Capital of Culture, we wanted to dwell upon the potential represented by bordering areas. And this is why we have decided to organize this festival on minority languages, to highlight the multicultural character and multilingualism of this area. On the one side, there is an Italian-speaking minority. On the other, there is a Slovenian-speaking minority. But this is part of our everyday life. We have a very busy program and a very rich one. We will hear about very interesting aspects for all of us. There are different institutions involved on both sides of the border. And yesterday, during the inauguration of the festival in Comons, we paid particular attention to one element of our mosaic, that was realized by the children of the primary education school of Dobrovo. The roots of that project are here in Comons, because we also listened to poems translated both in Italian and Friulian. We involved children because we wanted the children to think about multicultural characters of this area. I'm very happy for this opportunity. I'm very happy about this event. We will see which obstacles are still standing against a multicultural approach in Europe. I'm sure we will be able to identify many common elements, shared experiences, which will make us feel closer to many other regions in Europe. Tomorrow there will be other workshops. We will not necessarily be using language to express ourselves. We will be using different means. And then after the afternoon in Villa Vitos, there will be the official opening of a major exhibition, just as we did yesterday here in Comons. And this evening we will officially open an exhibition at the Dobrovo Castle. And listening to the people who lived at the time when there was a border dividing this area into two different regions, we will listen to them and we will hear how it was to live with a border dividing them. And by doing so, we will be able to convey to all the visitors how it felt living during that period. The microphone of the speaker is off. I wish you all a fruitful meeting. I'm sure that based on today's experience, we will certainly feel much richer. Thank you. Now, thank you. Today's meeting has been possible also thanks to the SSO organization, a Slovene organization, an association grouping together all Slovene organizations, and I invite for his welcome speech Julian Čaudek. Thank you. I wish to welcome you here on behalf of the President of the Confederation of Slovene Associations, Walter Bandel. He is not very well, so he could not be here with you today on the occasion of this official opening of this important meeting on minority languages. I wish to thank our two main partners within this project, Mayor Felcaro of Comons. He was the promoter of this initiative, and he wanted to highlight the importance and the wealth represented by minority languages in our region. I wish to thank the municipality of Burda. The municipality of Burda was very happy to join this initiative. It took us more than a year to organize this festival, and we're very happy to have been able to participate in its organization. We also wish to thank ARLEF, the Association for the Friulian Language, and we wish to thank all those who made it possible to have this event here today. And I hope this event will be replicated in the future. The president of the Confederation of Slovene organizations has always supported initiatives of this kind, and I believe that the Friuli Venezia Giulia region has a special statute of autonomy thanks to the presence of language minorities here in Friuli Venezia Giulia, German-speaking, Slovene-speaking, and Italian-speaking minorities. I believe that we have to further enhance and valorize this specificity of this region. I don't want to waste your time because I think you have to listen to very interesting contributions today. So once again, on behalf of the Confederation of the Slovene organizations, my personal thanks and fruitful works to all of you. Now, today's event was also organized together with ARLEF for the preservation of a Friulian language. I give the floor to Mr. Cisilino. Thank you. Just 1 second is not going to be enough, but I'll try and be short. Bun dia a tutti. It is a pleasure to be here. The speaker is using Friulian, which the interpreters do not speak. Not to raise any difficulty for our translations, with our translators, I'll be switching to Italian. Now, the title that was chosen for this festival is ideal because it reminds us that our languages, which we call minority languages, and sometimes this is not a very appropriate definition, are languages of the world, and they all have the same dignity, so the title is perfect. We also have to consider something else. In the world, there are more or less 7,000 languages. It depends on how you calculate them, but more or less 7,000 languages. And as the United Nations recognize, there are more or less 200 nation states, which means that in each nation state, there is more than one language being spoken. Monolingualism has always been a damage for tolerance, coexistence, linguistic diversity. These are fundamental values for democratic coexistence. And I'd like to conclude by saying that this is a perfect place to organize a festival on minority languages and on languages in general, because here we have the real coexistence among different linguistic groups. Here we have a real multilingualism. A citizen here in this municipality, for instance, can speak 2, even 3 languages. We have Friulian, Italian, Slovene, so different language families. In the past, German was also spoken quite frequently here. So I wish to thank the municipality of Cormons together with the municipality of Burda, and I really hope that this is going to be the first event of a long series that will lead to further preservation of minority languages. Now, thank you, Mr. Cisilino. Now, the specific reality of Commons as a multilingual cities reminds us of its story. I'd like to invite Giovanni Panzera of the Austria Association of Commons, who really contributed significantly to the organization of this event. Now, thank you for your attention. I represent an association which was founded in 1898. It dissolved in 1919, and it was established again 20 years ago. We deal with history. There are many members coming from Austria, Slovene-speaking or Italian-speaking, and in these places, we always organize at least one event a year. We do research, we publish books. The book that you have in your hands was published last year. Since 3 years, we have decided that these books must not be sold. They have to be handed over as a gift, because we need family to receive this gift. Last year, we distributed 350 books free. This is what we succeed in doing. I'm very happy of this event, because multilingualism has always been here with us. I mean, we spoke 4 languages in my family until 1915. So I really congratulate on the organizers for this initiative. I don't see many people for Commons, however, in the room, and I'm sorry about it. Thank you. Now, the Lingue Mundi Festival is part of the ECGT 2025. I invite the Councillor Maurizio Negro from the municipality of Gorizia to welcome all of you here on behalf of the municipality of Gorizia. Thank you. Bundi is my first word. Dobar dan, buongiorno, guten Morgen. The mayor of Gorizia is still traveling back from Brussels, where he was talking about our own specificity together with the mayor of Nova Gorica. Now, languages are used to communicate. If we cannot communicate, we cannot establish any relationship with our neighbors. Community languages are the most widely used. They are the languages of our heart. Languages are used to express their feelings. Sometimes feelings can only be expressed through one's own mother tongue. This is why languages are important. This is why languages have to be preserved. We know about recent geopolitical developments. We know about globalization. Languages help us understand our own reality. But when we want to communicate, we have to put together different pieces, diversity, without any assimilation. We have to create a society where each and every one of us is an important piece. And the same holds true for languages. We have to use our own languages, but at the same time, we have to find a way to communicate with each other. Thank you. Now, language minorities are a fundamental part of our region. I'd like to invite Diego Bernardis, President of the 5th Permanent Standing Committee, and Mayor of Dolenia del Coglio. He knows a lot about minorities in our region. Now, good morning and welcome to the Coglio region. I come from this area. So my personal welcome, and on behalf of the Municipal Council, together with my colleague Marco Pisani, it is with great pleasure and it is an honor that I welcome you here on behalf of my municipality. So I wish to thank all our eminent speakers here with us today. Minority languages, as you've already heard, minority languages in the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region are a specificity of this area, and their presence has made it possible for Friuli-Venezia Giulia to be granted a statute of autonomy. The region, of course, believes that multilingualism plays a fundamental role in this area. The ARLEF chairman before reminded us of the fact that the choice to organize this meeting on minority languages here in the Collio area and in Cormonz in particular is certainly the perfect choice. And it is a perfect choice in the light of the peculiarities of the whole region, not just of this local area, because language minorities are present not just here in this specific Collio area, but they are present elsewhere. There is a Germanic-speaking minority, a Slovene-speaking minority, the Friulian-speaking minority, that's the largest one. So this event, I believe, was really the perfect choice. Very briefly, I'd like to refer to what we heard yesterday during the official opening, and I'm looking at our Basque speaker. We were talking about diversity. I remember about 25 years ago, at the beginning of the year 2000, when one of the slogans of this region, Friuli-Venezia Giulia, was harmony in diversity, to highlight the wealth of cultural diversity characterizing this region. I don't want to waste any further time. We are convinced that we can further promote this heritage, that we can valorize it as a region. We are working because we have a dream. The dream is to have here in this region an agency, a European agency for minority languages. This is our dream. I hope it will come true. In my capacity, I will do my best to achieve this dream together with the municipal and regional administrations. So we will continue to support initiatives of this kind. Thank you once again and welcome. And now I think we can move on to our main business for the day, the Lectio Magistralis by Honorable Daniel Alfreider, Vice President of the Bozen Province and Councillor for Education, Training and Culture. And he's also Vice President of FUEN at European levels. You have the floor.
Bene.
Welcome to all of you in all languages. It is for me a pleasure, and I thank the organizers for their kind invitation. I thank the mayor and my friends whom I've known for quite a few years, Julian and many others here in the room, and ARLEF. I have the honor and the pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of the president of our province, Aldo Compace. And let me say that collaboration among regions and at parliamentary level is fundamental. As you've heard, Friuli Venezia Giulia is a region with a statute of autonomy for many different reasons, because there are peculiarities that are not present in other regions. Languages and culture are fundamental for our autonomy. And this is why the collaboration with Friuli Venezia Giulia, with the governor, Mr. Fedriga, chairing the conference of regions at national level, is fundamental to create a network and somehow to be able to help each other when it comes to developing, supporting policies for diversity. Because diversity is not something negative. Diversity is something very peculiar, and we believe we have to protect it and valorize it. And to do so, when I was asked to take the floor in this meeting, and I have to say that the title of the meeting is really perfect. Well, I was asked to talk about the situations of Ladins. I'm going to read because this is what we have decided to do together with the organizers. So as to be more consistent and faster in our presentation. But there's one thing that I'd like to say. First of all, as for the Ladins, we have no kin state for Ladins. We have no state publishing books, as it happens with German, Italian, Hungarian. We have no kin state. And the whole of the production of teaching materials or media, we have to create all of these materials inside our own organizations because there is no kin state taking care of it. This is just a premise. Because as you will see in my slides, even a small reality, which is that of the Ladins, 40,000 speakers, subdivided into different areas, is differently affected by the situations in the different territories. But I like to start right away.
The Ladins are a border people, a border between Italian and Germans, between tradition and present, between tradition and modernity. However, the history of the Ladins is the history of an ancient people who is proud of their identity, of their double culture. That is trying to safeguard their fundamental rights, but safeguarding their political representation that has been essential over the years, their multilingual culture, the support to the different economic business, to the cultural and social association that connect the whole social fabric. But the history of the Ladins is also characterized by many divisions in history. There are natural divisions, and especially since the division of 1923, from the administrative point of view, the natural divisions are well known because we are spread in different valleys in the Dolomites, divided by natural barriers, of course. And these are natural borders. Then we have artificial borders created by history and nationalistic regimes that have tried in every way to distort the character and the culture of the Ladins over the century. The Statute of Autonomy guarantees the right of the Ladins in the province of Bolzano and Trento, but does not in any way cover the protection of the Ladins of the province of Belluno. Therefore, this feeling of unity is very difficult. What was the journey and the history of the Ladins? This is an emblematic image of all the borders that have characterized the Ladin minority since the beginning. It is a boundary stone between the territory of Cortina d'Ampezzo and the municipality of Auronzo di Cadore, where the court of arms of the Repubblica Serenissima of Venice, from which the Cortina gained autonomy in 1511 following the War of the League of Cambrai. Cortina, living along Colle Santa Lucia, became part of the county of Tyrol in 1511, and they belonged to Tyrol for more than 4 centuries until the First World War. But what does Ladin means? Today I was happy to listen to Friulian and understand that and be able to understand it. Ladin originates from the European conquest of the Central Alps in 15 before Christ, when the local region tribes were defeated initially by the Roman army and then Romanized over the following centuries. Even since Roman times, the Ladin valleys were put at the borders of the province of Rezia with the provinces of Noricum and Venice. Dozens of archaeological sites show that the Ladin territory was inhabited thousands of years before the arrival of the Romans, hunters especially. With the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD, the province crumbled. Germanic populations began to expand throughout the Alps. The erosion of the Gallo-Romance platform is visible on this slide. Over the centuries, the pink area was still Romance, Neo-Latin at the time. Today, we only have it in the canton of Grisons, in Switzerland, in the central Dolomites, and in Friuli, Venezia Giulia. As for Central Ladin, also called Dolomitic Ladin, it is spoken today in the 5 valleys surrounding the Sella mountain. However, these are valleys that are divided into 3 provinces and 3 regions: Bozen, Trento, Belluno. Here you can see today's borders of these 3 provinces. Therefore, the reference from all points of view, economy, transports, schools, culture in general, is divided over these 3 administrative centers: 2 valleys, Val Badia and Val Gardena, that refers to the autonomous province of Bozen, 1 that refers to the autonomous province of Trento, Val di Fassa, and then the rest in Belluno and the Veneto region. Therefore, it is difficult to speak about Ladin unity. And therefore, the title we choose with Carlos Suane, who belongs to our regional council, is this title. The first major project that connected the Ladin valleys and were infrastructures, the Grande Strada delle Dolomiti, that were inaugurated in the connection with the surrounding area. It was inaugurated in 1909. It was the first time there was a real infrastructure capable of overcoming the natural barriers of the Dolomites. To better understand today's reality, it is necessary to look at history and to these pictures. The most critical time, dramatic one, was during the First World War. The war front cut the Ladin territory in two parts, especially in Livina-Longo valleys, but also in other valleys. The Great War brought devastation, hunger, and death. At the end of the Great War, when South Tyrol and therefore also the Ladin valleys came under Italian rule, Ladins demanded the right to self-determination, but any initiative in this direction was completely futile. From 1923, the Ladins were administratively divided into 3 provinces, and fascism imposed Italianization starting from family names, so they had to change their family names, and place names. The Ladin schools were also subject to a process of Italianization under fascism. No teaching in the Ladin mother tongue was allowed. Teaching was only in Italian language, and local teachers were replaced by teachers coming from all over Italy. But it wasn't just fascism. In 1943, the Nazis occupied this area and attempted to Germanize the whole territory, including the Ladins. Under National Socialism, the school system was completely Germanized. So the Second World War brought, again, death and misery and destruction in our border areas. But in 1946, the Paris peace agreements were signed. But this was important for South Tyrol. But the Ladins in 1946 were not taken into considerations, not even mentioned. The Paris agreements reserve special treatment for Trentino Alto Adige because it is a border territory and because it was inhabited by language minority, by the German-speaking minority is the only one mentioned. The Statute of Autonomy came into force in 1948, and it is the first statute of an autonomy region. What is created immediately afterwards is the equal rights school, thanks to the ministry. So it was a way of recognizing Ladin schools. And the ministry was quite far-sighted, decided to create schools recognized by state. And this agreement was signed at the time. The second Statute of Autonomy was granted in 1972 after many battles, many disagreements and criticism on the lack of the adoption of protection measures for minorities. Finally, we have the second statute, where for the first time the Ladins are mentioned, and also the protection of their language and culture, still in agreement with the political willingness of the German-speaking minority. The Südtirol Volkspartei was able to put forward a minority language protection policy also for the Ladins. So the Ladins could be granted recognition in terms of language and culture. So, in accordance to this second statute of autonomy, the Leading Cultural Institutes of Trento and Bozen are established, our grammars as well, and we managed to create our own school system and our system of the study of the language together with the Cultural and Language Leading Institute. These organizations have the task to give rules to the language, to publish dictionaries, grammars, scientific documents, and today also we have a system of digital translation. Today you can translate from Slovenian to Italian thanks to Google Translate, of course. Google is not interested in the Latin language, so we did create automatic translation systems with artificial intelligence, especially to translate all the documents in Latin. Thanks to these systems. These are all tasks of our organizations, cultural organizations. So what is, how is the autonomous province of Bozen divided? In Alto Adige, in South Tyrol, we do have 3 school boards, 3 different school boards. This entails, of course, multiple costs. We think this is essential to protect every minority, but the policies needs to be autonomous policies. We do have a recognized school, but we do not have similar schools for the Italian and the German-speaking inhabitants. There are around 700 people, those working at schools, including teachers, secretaries, and staff. The idea is to keep some sort of balance between Italian and German. This is the idea of the state-recognized school, but for us it was a way to give to the Latin, our mother tongue, the same dignity, the same level, the same recognition of the other 2 languages without needing to choose. Nowadays, when an inhabitant of our region needs to choose whether to attend a Latin school, a German school, or an Italian school, so also within the family it is an issue, discussing which school to choose. With the Latin school, we managed to eliminate this principle because we are a very small entity. We have 1 school which is integrated and recognized that wants to provide, to meet the needs of a changing world where language is seen as an additional value, differently from 20 or 30 years ago. As said, the main task we have is to publish teaching materials because there's no king state, as I said. So we also need to provide this teaching system for a multilingual school. And therefore, I would like to cooperate much more with your regions, because teaching in state-recognized school is apparently easy, but teaching in multilingual schools is much different. So this is certainly one of our main specializations. How does it work in primary schools? We have 2 hours of Latin language, Latin and cultural language a week. We have 5 hours of German and Italian, still recognized by the ministry decree. If we look at secondary schools instead, up to upper secondary school, we continue with the 2 weekly hours of Latin, and then 50% of German and 50% of Italian. And of course, in certain schools, we also have English and French. We have also university, especially for training our teachers. And the cultural area. I would like to devote a few minutes to the culture, because we managed to keep alive, thanks to all our activities on cultural associations, artists in music, literature, theater, craftsmanship. Latin culture 30 years ago was often considered about to die, basically, because it was doomed to disappear. But in the last 30 years, this trend changed. And people are proud of their culture, of their language, of what their artists produce. Therefore, we want to invest much on that cultural expressions. There is still something that is painful for us. The idea that this reality was divided into 3 parts. In some valleys, we can do all that. In the neighboring valleys, which is only 5 kilometers away, this is not possible. There's no Latin schools. We only have cultural cooperations in Veneto, but there's no recognition of a cultural language autonomy. Therefore, we do work together with Veneto region, but stronger cooperation and stronger action is needed there as well. If we do not enhance and strengthen your cultural and language initiatives, then you see tangible examples of different developments of the valley, different valleys. Unfortunately, this is evident in our cultural language and culture. That's why our commitment also at European level for the protection and minority in Europe is essential. We believe that our commitment within the Federal Union of European Nationalities is essential. We need to strengthen our network in order to promote the idea that minorities need to be autonomous in order to develop. We cannot be affected. We cannot be regulated by national policies. For example, one of our project, Minority Subject, was not implemented by the European Commission, even though we managed to collect over 1,200,000 signatures at European level, but the reply by the European Commission was always negative. The cooperation between minorities, institutions, and regions that promote the enhancement of the minorities also within the political program is essential. We would like to thank you for this cooperation. I hope that these slides, the information I provided on the situation and the development of the Latin culture and language, that are different developments according to the different regions where it is present. I hope this is an inspiration to do more, not only for the special autonomous regions, but also for all other regions. And probably we can provide our contribution at national, but also at European level. Therefore, thank you. And of course, should you have any question or comments, here I am. Please don't hesitate. Thank you. We would like to thank Daniel Alfreder for his speech. There are two aspects I would like to dwell on. We saw the Ladins is a minority divided into different administrative units and territory. In the next three speakers will discuss about three minorities present in Friuli-Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region. Another important, interesting issue is the idea that the Ladins have no king state as for the production, for example, or teaching material of anything else, whereas in the next speeches you will see that there are the situation is different. So we'll start these three this session with William Ciselino with the policies for protection and promotion of Friulian language in Friuli-Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region, where I will first offer an overview on the protection regulations, and then he will discuss the measures, the provisions enacted from 2021-2025 within the language protection policy.
Buongiorno. Prima di incominciare.
Good morning once again. I wanted to go back to something that Vice President Alfreder just mentioned in his brilliant presentation. There was a rhetorical question that he made. All of these funds that are made available, well, we minorities always have to find a justification, to find a reason why that money is being spent. But we never mention how much money is being spent by official majority languages. But while the Vice President was talking, I was thinking about a beautiful sentence by Oscar Wilde. He said that the cynicist knows the price of everything, but not their value. And very often when we hear about these comments, I'm reminded of this sentence by Oscar Wilde. It's very effective. What is important is that over and above the investment, there is value to be found. And in our languages, I think there is a very important value. So in these few minutes, I'll try and focus my attention on the preservation policies adopted for the Friulian language by the Autonomous Region of Friuli-Venezia Giulia. I'm not going to repeat certain general remarks that have already been made. The fact that we are in a multilingual region in Europe, where you have three autochthonous major family languages, the Slavic, the Germanic, and the Latin language families. Our governor, Mr. Fedriga, loves to say that this is one of the bases for the Statute of Autonomy of our region. I'm not going to mention other communities. This is an interesting map. I think this holds true for Slovenian and for Friulian here. Here we only see Friuli-Venezia Giulia, but Friulian is also spoken partly in the Veneto region. We have 173 municipalities officially recognized as Friulian speaking out of the 215 municipalities of the region, especially within the provinces of Gorizia, Pordenone, and Udine, plus 7 municipalities in the Veneto region. Unfortunately, our Friulian-speaking community is subdivided into 2 regions, unfortunately, which makes it very difficult to have a homogeneous policy for the preservation of Friulian. Based on the latest statistics, a study in 2023, we know that there are 444,000 Friulian speakers actively using Friulian. Then there are a further 150,000 people understanding Friulian. As has already been explained, you know what the family of Rhetoromance languages are, and the language spoken in the canton of Grisons. Friulian, just as the other languages that I've mentioned, has a very long-standing story also when it comes to literature, and perhaps one difference versus other Rhetoromance languages and is that starting from the 17th century onwards, there were many writers in Friulian developing standardized language. So already at the end of the 19th century, we had a standardized language which allowed us in the 20th century to find it easier to have our language recognized. The only element on which there was no agreement was the official spelling, but starting from 1986, an agreement was found on spelling, and that is also part of our preservation law. The fact that we have a standardized written language with an official spelling makes our lives much easier in asking for preservation policies, for instance, in the new sector of technologies. I was talking about 444,000 Friulian-speaking people. These are data concerning our community in Friuli Venezia Giulia, in the Friulian municipalities. In the Friulian-speaking municipalities, you see that 39% are regular speakers, 20% occasional speakers, 31% understand Friulian but do not speak Friulian, and only 10% of the population do not understand Friulian. Now, going back to the importance of the funds that are being used to preserve a Friulian, we were trying to see how much of the tax revenue, well, that was a question that we raised to our inhabitants. We asked, how much of the tax you pay would you invest in preserving Friulian? There were different percentages that could be chosen from 0 up to 50 euros. And the result was 22 euros each, which is 4 times as much the amount invested by region and the state. So possibly, were you to make the same questions in other minority communities, you might be surprised by the results. And as for the legal framework, we all start with Article 6 of our constitutional charter. For Friulian, the language began being recognized starting in 1981, thanks to a regional law, number 68. This is where the foundations were laid for a first recognition of our language. But a real law for the preservation of Friulian came only in 1996 when regional law number 15 was adopted. There, Friulian was recognized as the language of this regional community. And local authorities had the possibility to develop various preservation policies together with the regional authorities. This law laid the foundation for an active linguistic policy through the creation of a regional service in charge of minority languages. And then an observatory for Friulian was set up. And the task of this observatory is that of developing and partly implementing various protection policies for Friulian. We also took care of school education and private broadcasting. At the time, we could not directly operate in these two sectors. And then the government, 3 years later, in 1999, thanks to this law, the number 482, the state regulated linguistic policies in the field of education, in public administration, state public administration, and in public broadcasting. The state there had a competence, had the power to do something the region did not. A turning point for protection policies was the Regional Law 29 of 2007. Why? Because in 2001, we had a reform of Title V of the Constitutional Charter, which allowed regions more powers. We granted regions more powers. And as far as our region was concerned, in 2002, an implementing provision was adopted for our region, and our friends from Trentino-Sud-Tirol know exactly what I'm talking about. And that provision allowed us to have special powers in the field of education in minority languages, which allowed us to adopt a new protection policy, a more advanced one. Of course, reference has to be made to international treaties, inevitably, and we participate in the implementation of these international treaties on minority languages. However, these regional law highlighted the importance of education provided in minority languages, and in Friulian in particular. And it provided for an organization of teaching in Friulian. I mean, Friulian had always been there, but basically the region just provided some funds, but did not for the rest have any power. With these regional law, we started a very interesting collaboration with the regional school board, which allowed for the introduction of Friulian in nursery school, primary education, and lower secondary education. As for upper secondary education, because of legal reasons having to do with law number 482, not much could be done. And then the use of Friulian in public administration, both locally and centrally. And then again, language certification. These were all steps that were introduced with this regional law. Linguistic certification was also made available to citizens. And toponymy, place names. Again, this was a turning point for toponymy, road signage, and so on and so forth, and language planning. I'd like to conclude very rapidly because I only have 3 minutes left. I'd like to conclude by mentioning the National Plan for Language Planning. Based on that law, the region has to adopt, upon proposal by ARLEF, a regional plan on language policy. Two plans were adopted, one in 2015 and then one in 2021, which is about to conclude this year, and we are just discussing with the region about a new plan. The plan is very interesting. We did not reinvent the wheel, but we draw from best practices, interesting experiences, especially from the Basque country, but there are many other examples in Europe. And these plans allowed us to have a better management of resources allocated to the different stakeholders. It allowed for a greater sustainability of the investments made. If you can plan quite in advance based on a 5-year plan, then you can ensure a greater sustainability of investments. Then this plan also allowed for greater specializations in certain key sectors involving not just ARLEF, but all possible stakeholders which in the region have very specific powers and competencies which might impact the use of Friulian in this case. And then we performed social-linguistic analyses, but the most innovative element when it comes to public policies in particular, and I'm talking about Italy, is the regular measurement of the implementation rate of the plan. And we are quite strict. We have entrusted a university to measure the implementation of this plan. They do it for us, and they make this assessment on the extent of implementation of the plan. As for all language policy actions, there were various sectors involved, corpus, public communication, social media presence, technologies, and language learning. I skip the whole sector of public administration, and I'd like to conclude by giving you some information on ARLEF. ARLEF is a regional agency set up in 2005 with its own board, a technical and scientific committee, and it plans linguistic policies and it takes care of the promotion of Friulian in various sectors. Of course, we intervene in various sectors, like, for instance, the implementation of our protection laws when it comes to education. Teaching materials, we develop them on our own, even though the policy is established by the region, which entails a major effort on our side. And even language certification, we take care of that. As for public administration, we have benefited from state funds and regional funds, and we have implemented language help desk, both locally and centrally in our region. And these help desks help local administration and local authorities in various tasks like translation and consultancy, assistance in the case of toponymy, which is important on road signage, and all the activities involving the presence of public authorities for the implementation of the national policy plan. So we are involved in protecting Friulian. We are involved in planning all activities concerning Friulian. All stakeholders are involved, public stakeholders, the region, local health authorities, local agencies, public concessionaires, and then a whole series of private stakeholders like radios, TV stations, involved in promoting Friulian, as well as other public stakeholders, in particular not regional ones, but bodies who are nonetheless involved in the implementation of these policies. I conclude here, and of course I am available to answer your question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cisilino, for your presentation on Friulian. Now I give the floor to Marco Jarc, Chairman of the Joint Standing Committee on Slovene Matters. He is going to talk about the protection of the Slovene language minority in Italy, and he will talk to us about the protection of the Slovene language, which has been impacted by the history of last century. It will also mention the European perspective.
Ci sentiamo? Sì. Dobar dan. Dobar dan.
Good morning. I will speak on the protection of the Slovene language minority in the Italian legal system. I would take an historical evolutionary approach that will enable us to reason upon that. I start with this first slide with a book. It's 1890. It is a collection of documents of the land registry of Trieste. The land registry is the one collecting all the property registers in Trieste, Gorizia, and the eastern part of Udine. This collection of documents is extremely interesting. You can find documents according to which the registrations were made in Slovenian language. Here, for example, we have a judgment of the Court of Trieste of 1890. This is in language, in Slovenian language. We have a sale and purchase agreement in Slovenian language of the 1890, and we have also a transaction, again, dating back to 1890. In my professional practice, I often have to consult the property registry, and very often I'm being asked to translate the inscription, the old inscription in Slovenian language, which is very difficult to decipher because they are handwritten, and I usually do it, and it is interesting because we can say for sure that at the end of the 19th century there were parts that wanted some legal documents to be written in Slovenian language. There was a judge of Slovenian language in Trieste. There was a notary speaking Slovenian language in Trieste. So there was a whole legal system in Trieste that knew, speak, and wrote in Slovenian. And therefore, the right to use the Slovenian language also in relation in the contacts with the legal authority. The situation nowadays is much different. There's no Slovenian-speaking judge. We only have one Slovenian-speaking notary, and we have many lawyers speaking Slovenian in Trieste. This was my short introduction. Speaking of legal protection of the Slovenian minority, let's start from this after the World War, the Second World War, because during the fascism regime there was no protection at all. And after the Second World War, we started to see the reconstruction of a legal framework. First, we have the supranational instruments, the peace treaty with Italy of 1947 up to 2007 with the regional law for the protection of the language minority. The peace treaty with Italy that was ratified in 1947 is important because it established some essential principles, fundamental principles. Article 4 of the Annex to the Peace Treaty, the permanent statute of the Free Territory of Trieste, established fundamental principles and rights. It is important also Article number 7, according to which Italian and Slovenian have equal rights. So the two languages are the two official languages of the Free Territory of Trieste. Then, going to the Constitution of the Italian Republic, where the articles. Article 6 is devoted to the protection of the language minorities, and there are two further references. Article 83 on the election of the President of the Italian Republic, and in the transitional provisions. As for the Slovenian minority, since the approval of the constitution up to 2001, when the Slovenian minority protection law, there's a sort of, there's a lack of legal framework. There were fragmented norms, for example, as for education, the school system, dating back to the 70s, but there was no comprehensive legal framework. Therefore, the right to the usage of the Slovenian language, unfortunately, were not respected, even where the minority lived. Therefore, the Constitutional Court in 1982 and in 1999 fixed in two important judgments, established the two main principles. The principle of minimal protection, referring to the supranational instruments I've just mentioned, that is the Constitution, the special statute of the region Friuli-Venezia Giulia, and the supranational principles. What does the Constitutional Court said? That regardless of the approval of any global protection law, however, the people belonging this speaking language minority have the right for a minimal protection, especially in relation with the public administration. This means the right to have the translation of the documents in their minority language. Then we move forward to 1954 to the London Memorandum that solves the issue of Trieste. It also established the fundamental principles, that is the right to be given answer by the public administration in Slovenian language, whereas in the peace treaty it was foreseen an equal rights of the two languages. With the London Memorandum, the the principle of being granted a translation of the legal documents in the Slovenian language. And there are other rules on the bilingualism in municipalities and areas where there's a Slovenian minority. In 1963, with the Statute of the Autonomous Region Friuli-Venezia Giulia, fundamental principles are enshrined. The Slovenian minority is not expressly mentioned. And then let's move on to 1977, to Osimo Treaty that confirms the present situation, and in Article number 8, the principle of the enforcement of the protection measures already implemented. So it's not a very specific norm, and we need to wait until 1999 when the law number 482 is approved in terms of protection of historical and language minorities. And finally, 2001, we have the regulations for the protection of the Slovenian language minority in Friuli-Venezia Giulia. And this law number 38 regulates the rights of the people belonging to the Slovenian language minority, the use of the language. Article number 8 on the use of the Slovenian language in the relations with the public administration. So there's no equal rights. I mean, there's no official recognition of the Slovenian language, but there is the right to be able to relate with the public administration, public offices in the Slovenian language, thanks to translators or interpreters. Article number 8, thanks to Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, was established. This is the region that created the central office for Slovenian language that provides translations, supports language assistance. But if we go back to the legal area, legal field, there's the right to contact the legal authorities in Slovenian language. But unfortunately, we legal professionals, we in practice have some hindrances because our customers cannot actually use the Slovenian language in practice. I mean, when they are in court, they have an interpreter. During the hearing, they have an interpreter, so there's no immediate reaction as it would have been if they could speak during the hearing in Slovenian and be answered in Slovenian. So they are granted the rights, but then in the majority, the customers do not appeal to this right because they want the hearing, the legal proceedings to be as quickly as possible. And the interpreters would slow down the whole process. This is a completely different situation as against the 19th century when we had a Slovenian judge, Slovenian lawyers, Slovenian paths, so a completely different situation. Article number 9, the use of the Slovenian language in the elective bodies in the municipal council, regional council, they have the right to use the Slovenian language. Unfortunately, this is not fully applied everywhere. For example, in the municipality of Trieste, in other situations, for example, within the regional council, the councillor can intervene in Slovenian language thanks to interpreters. Article number 11, public schools with Slovenian as a teaching language. And so this article provides principles, but then detailed norms are scattered all over the legal documents. So all these norms, these regulations should be united in a single text to avoid this scattering of norms. Then there are norms protecting institutions and activities for the Slovenian minorities and their relative fundings, and then provisions in terms of elections. These norms, unfortunately, has not been applied yet. Article 20. I think the time at my disposal is over, so would like to conclude here, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Ringraziamo l'avvocato.
We thank Mr. Yarts for his presentation on the Slovenian-speaking minority. I'd like to invite Mr. Sandrini, chairman of the Canaltare Kulturverein and member of the Regional Commission on German-speaking minorities in Friuli-Venezia Giulia, to come here to the podium to talk to us about the Germanic-speaking communities in Friuli-Venezia Giulia, and in particular the Valcanale communities. Guten Tag. Sono Alfredo Sandrini, and I thank you for your kind invitation. I come from Valcanale, and I thank the organizers of today's meeting on minority languages for their kind invitation. Very rapidly, I'd like to tell you more about the current situation in Friuli-Venezia Giulia when it comes to the Germanic-speaking minorities. In our region, the Germanic-speaking communities are present in 6 municipalities all around the municipality of Udine, Tarvisio, Malborghetto Valbruna, Pontebba Pontafel, Paluzza, and Sappada, Ploden, and Sauris, Zare. These are the current Germanic-speaking communities. The regional area where Germanic-speaking communities are found shows that there is a marked difference between the Carnia communities and the Valcanale communities. The first communities are the result of the migration of people coming from East Tyrol and Carinthia, settling there in the 10th century, looking for new settlement areas. Valcanale, instead, since from 1000 until the 20th century, belong to the German-speaking area. The Carinthia dialect is still used in Carinthia and in Valcanale. So unlike other communities where they speak Germanic languages, very interesting ones, but they were a sort of enclave, so they didn't enter into contact with any modern languages spoken today. In Valcanale, we have a dialect, which is the dialect of our neighbors, the Carinthian dialect, and it is a much modern language. Of course, we also speak standard German. Over the last few years, we have seen a renewed interest by students and scholars in Italy and elsewhere for our languages. This has been shown by the collaboration with the University of Udine, Trento, Vienna, Regensburg. And they are promoting, through linguistic research projects, they are promoting the creation of databases on our Germanic language. There is a renewed interest also for standard German in Valcanale, for reasons that are not just historical, have to do with the past, but for reasons that have to do with the radical changes in the local economy, which is no longer cross-border trade, but tourism, both in the summer and winter, and the valorization of local resources. This situation has been confirmed by demand for German, standard German courses and courses for the certification of the German language. In Valcanale, there is an association which I represent, and we have contacts with an Austrian organization, OOSD, which is an organization internationally recognized for the certification of linguistic proficiency. So there is a growing need in the population, not just students, but even adults. There is a growing interest for standard German due to the disappearance of borders. There are more contacts with Carinthia. Valcanale is a very narrow valley, very long, about 30 kilometers, and Valcanale does not offer many job opportunities to our young people. And this is why its inhabitants, if they are bilingual or if they want to improve their knowledge of German, attend our courses, and they can therefore easily find a job in Carinthia, in particular in the Villach area. There is a growing demand for these bilingual citizens, and therefore these young people do not have to leave and abandon the Valcanale. Abandoning the valleys in mountainous areas is quite a frequent phenomenon, because they can work as commuters. They work in Carinthia and they come back in the evening. Thanks to Law 482 of 1999, the regional law, and to the regional law of 2009, it is now possible to carry out various activities, thereby providing continuity to long-standing projects with local administrations and organizations have been implementing for years to protect and valorize local languages. And not just minority languages, but even standard German. In particular, there are teaching activities being implemented for German and local variants in compulsory education, training courses for adults, printing of newspapers, historical research studies, concerts, theater, valorization of local cultural heritage, visual bilingualism with road signage that, for instance, allow us to valorize our language in tourism. Since 2023, we've set up a community of Germanic-speaking communities, and that's a situation for the Valcanale. I can only highlight that there is a new situation which we are witnessing. There is a growing interest for our language, for our traditions. We have a mixed population in Valcanale. As I said, our valley is very narrow. We also have Slovene-speaking communities there. And this is a peculiarity that makes us very proud. Already the other speakers have mentioned that the presence of different communities, language communities, is a wealth. We believe that we are the first Europeans in Europe because we speak the 3 fundamental languages of Europe. I have prepared a small presentation of Valcanale, and you will hear about our history. Our history is exactly the same history in South Tyrol. We experience exactly the same situation, but in South Tyrol, they were cleverer. They're more clever than we were. And in 1939, 1940, after the terrible agreement between Mussolini and Hitler on various options, the people of Valcanale had too much trust in the promises made by Mussolini and Hitler, and they left. Whereas the people from South Tyrol, they were much cleverer. They didn't believe in these 2 leaders. They stayed. They did not abandon their area. And then they also benefited from an international agreement allowing them to go back to their region. It didn't happen in Valcanale. I'll show you some pictures on the situation in Valcanale in 1910, when a first linguistic survey was performed by the Austro-Hungarian authorities at the time to understand which language it was spoken at the time, and then you'll see the evolution over the years. Now, this is the Valcanale before, up to 1918. This is the Valcanale. At the end, you see the Pontebba-Pontafel city. That's where the border was. The river crossing Pontebba was the natural border. These are the Julian Alps on the left, separating us from Valdogna, that was Italy. And on the right, you have the Carnic Alps, which geographically divided us from the Val de Gael, which is the parallel valley with Valcanale. Given that there you have one of the lowest pass in the Alps, 800 meters above sea level, Campo Rosso, Valcanale, I mean, everyone crossed Valcanale. The Romans, here you see some relics from Roman times. These are the Romans moving towards the province of Noricum. And after the Romans, in 1007, the Bamberger people came to Valcanale with Henry V. The valley was given to the Bishop of Bamberg, and Valcanale up to 1759 lived a very prosperous period of time with a strong economy, with great attention being paid to citizens' rights. That was the golden era for Valcanale. And later on, Valcanale was also crossed by the Turks 3 times. 3 times they were traveling to Vienna. This is a fresco in a church in Tarvisio. It was a fortress church, and you see here that the church, that could be the walls, the defensive walls around the church. There was a moat around the church. You see here the head of the Turk. And after 3 attempts, the Turks succeeded in entering the church, and it was a massacre. And then the Austrian-Hungarian Empire governed us up to 1918, Empress Maria Theresa did a lot for Valcanale. She introduced servitude rights so that all inhabitants of Valcanale could access and use timber available in the area, or they could use the stones or dry leaves to be used in stables, or dry woods for lighting up the streets, based on the surface area of where they built. This is a private right, and it still exists. It's still in force. This is a memory of the Napoleonic wars, various monuments. This is a monument in Malborghetto. Showing the French troops moving towards Vienna. There was a fort, Fort Hensel, that was built by the Austrians to defend our valley. Another picture of the French troops. This is a monument on the Predil Pass. Again, there we had a fort defending the pass. And some pictures here of Valcanale. This is Lusari Mountain, a well-known mountain. It has always been an important reference point for our history, for our religion, especially for Slovene-speaking and German-speaking minorities, and later on also for Friulians. This is a ravine, a major tourist attraction. A ravine is now as important as it used to be in the past. This is the Fusine Lake with a Mangat Massif. A picture of Cave del Predil. As you can see, it wasn't just the zinc and lead mine that was important. Cave del Predil was also important for the pass of Predil and to access the Isonzo Valley. This is also a nice picture of the Thomashof. Thomashof, you have sulfurous waters. And this is Pontebba, Pontafel. That was the border. This is the Pontebana River. That was the natural border in between Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Unfortunately, the First World War broke out. No one wanted the First World War. The two bridges connecting the two cities, the railway and the car road, were destroyed, and the war started. No one wanted that war. Austria was not ready. And the first line, the Corinthian line along the front, was controlled by volunteers. It was a local military organization with children and adults participating in it. Therefore, the Italians were able to advance and to cross that first line. And then the war ended. The Austrians succeeded in consolidating their positions. These are further pictures from the First World War. And they're telling me that I have to conclude, but I wanted to show you something. This is these are the various municipalities of Valcanale, and here, as a percentage, you see the linguistic situation, the number of speakers. So there are municipalities like Malborghetto, Tarvisio, Cocao, where most of the speakers are German speaking, whereas Ugovica, Valbruna, and others are Slovene speaking communities. this has been a feature of Valle Canale. This is the period of the options that were given to them, and the inhabitants of Valle Canale opted to leave Valle Canale, and this is the present situation. This is the market in Treviso, and slowly the development of tourism in the area. And this is the Kanaltaler Kulturverein and the various initiatives. I just want to show our friends from South Tyrol what we do there with our initiatives. These are our costumes. We received funds to renovate our headquarters. This was the inauguration of our headquarters. Further activities all through the year. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Ecco, ringraziamo.
Thank you, Mrs. Sandrini, for your presentation. Now we close here the first session of the morning, where we focused on the minorities in South Tyrol and Friuli Venezia Giulia. After the coffee break, we will continue with 3 minorities outside the Italian borders. Now we have a coffee break, a bit delayed, of course, but I would suggest a 15 minutes break. So let's be back at 12:30. So please try to be back at 12:30. Thank you.
Okay.
Bene, direi di ricominciare.
So, shall start with the second panel of this morning, where we'll be now focusing on three different situations in language minorities at international levels. The first speaker is Josef Buranic, the president of the Cultural Association of Croatian in Burgenland. You have the floor. He will be speaking in German. Thank you. So the speaker started speaking in Croatian. Good morning. It is a pleasure for me to be here today. I'll be speaking of the Croatian of Burgenland, Croats in Burgenland. I would like to describe you multiculturalism within our region. I will not devote enough, will speak briefly about the historical aspect. I will rather speak about the our community in Austria, the general situation and our needs. So when we speak about minority language, we speak especially about children and their families and their expertise within their families. In free time in schools, and we shall try to commit ourselves so that the children in Burgenland not only speak the language, but they can only love the language. So we'll speak from the framework, an overview of the situation, and then the individual issues. But first, I would like to look at the history. Now, today we'll be speaking about Croats in Burgenland, the ethnic group that has been part of the region for over 500 years. The Gradišćanski Hrvati are a living example of cultural diversity, historical resilience, and multilingualism in what was then Western Hungary under the Austro-Hungarian Empire. We have been present in Austria, Slovakia, and Hungary for 100 years. A look into the past. Here in the map you can see Burgenland, which is where the Croats live. You see also Vienna, you see Uganska, Hungary. So part of these Croats, after the First World War, remained in Hungary, and another one moved. So the Croatian community is fragmented among three different states. So we are in Bratislava corridor and up to the Slovenian border. Of course, when the border was created, this of course affected the situation because the border crossed our towns, our villages, and this was a very painful separation in regions that were our home, and they divided our community as well. In the 16th century, around 100,000 Croats fled from what was then Croatia. and due to the Ottoman wars, and were settled by landowners in Western Hungary, Lower Austria, Moravia, and Slovakia. So there was a systematic movements from one place to the other because of the many wars and the epidemics. Manpower was required, and the Hungarian and of course, lands also in Croatia that belong to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Despite the majorization of the Kingdom of Hungary at the end of the 20th century, which had eliminated the Croatian language from schools, the Croats of Burgenland managed to preserve their identity. Priests, teachers, and committed citizens fought to preserve their language and their culture, often against strong opposition. It is estimated that around 50,000 Burgenland Croats live in Austria, including up 15,000 in Vienna, 1/3 of them. In light of migration to the capital city, many moved from our home region. The number of people speaking Croatian dialect is decreasing. Young people often grow up in an environment dominated by the German language, in which Croatian plays only a secondary role. Though minority rights are enshrined in law, I'm referring to the Treaty of 1955, where the Croatian minority is mentioned with some rights. However, rights of minorities, like the place names in the two languages, however, this is not enough to keep the language alive. And however, there's a lack of resources, of teachers, of visibility in the media. Language is not very present. There's also a low social prestige and insufficient political support going on for decades. It took over 40 years before Austria used bilingual place name signs in Burgenland, despite them being guaranteed by the 1955 Vienna Treaty. The former Federal Chancellor Schlüssel a few weeks ago spoke about these facts, describing them as a disgrace for the Republic of Austria. Many Croatian rights have been claimed in court. Austrian politics and bureaucracy have managed to cover up possible solutions and postpone them indefinitely. The strong political pressure for assimilation after the, however, the new generation of politicians gives us hope, as they are not burdened by history and can therefore discuss future challenges with a forward-looking approach. That thinking based on minimum standards and the protection of minorities under the Austrian Treaty of 1955 must be replaced by a more active language policy. On this includes a new codification of the 1976 Ethnic Groups Act. In addition to the state treaty, there's also an Ethnic Groups Act dating back to 1976, but this act was and its implementation with its rights and duties, it is quite challenging. So it requires time to reach political consensus. Multilingualism is not a luxury as an added value for society, but it is a treasure. Those who speak several languages have access to more cultures, ways of thinking, and point of view. In a globalized world, this is an invaluable advantage. The Croats of Burgenland are a living example of how regional multilingualism can contribute to social cohesion. We are a bridge between Austria, Croatian neighboring countries, between tradition, modernity, between rural areas and cities. When we talk about the future of the Croats of Burgenland, we talk about language promotion, education, mainly modern organization, media visibility, and political support, of course. There's a need for more bilingual education opportunities, not only for language teaching, but also to strengthen cultural identity. We need also multilingual nursery schools and schools are even outside indigenous area. And very often these actions are held in the areas where they live, I mean the settlement areas, but also in Graz or Vienna where many Croats live, there are no such structures. We need new Croatian language media formats that appeal to young people. More content in Croatian is needed on radio, television, and media. We need political recognition and financial support to support cultural projects. The ethnic group must be actively involved in political decision-making processes at all levels, federal, regional, and municipal. Another important aspect is intergenerational dialogue so that the older generation can pass on their knowledge and language. So work with the future generation, it is essential. We see it also in this map. There's no border with Croatia. We are very, very far from the motherland, I would say. We need to organize it differently as against an area where a minority language is the language of the neighboring language. However, cross-border cooperation is essential, and with the entry of Croatia in the European Union, new opportunities opens for exchange with an added economic and cultural value, and we need to seize this opportunity. An extremely important aspect is the role of the family. We cannot neglect it. We cannot blame only the administration. Family has a pivotal role for transmitting a minority language. In a world when many minority languages are at risk of extinction, the family has an important responsibility because it is the place where children experience and learn a language. If parents and grandparents actively use the minority language in everyday life, it becomes a natural form of communication for children. This is not only strengthens their language skills, but also their emotional bond with their cultural identity. Therefore, it is important that children learn to grow up with their language, so their parents are the examples, models for those children, role models. Because we know that if within the family the minority language is given value, then children will most probably use it. This is not a guarantee, of course, because the German language has a strong pressure. However, a challenge is to be tackled by the families, and a multilingual offer is essential for families. It is important for the project that specific measures are enacted to help families with cultural events, bilingual books. Our association, Croats in Burgenland, has a very important offer. Schools are a place of learning, and children who experience who studies in these schools understand the value of the language, and they become proud of using the language. Some political debates are around, this topic, of course, but nothing needs to be given for granted. In nursery schools and school, the German language is the dominant one. However, the Croatian language should also be used, otherwise they risk losing their mother tongue. But try to imagine a child that can use, speak, write in their own mother tongue, then they have experienced happiness, freedom, and identity. There are studies that, according to which bilingual children grow with more self-confidence. Multilingualism is not an obstacle, is a gift. Sometimes it only apparently only affects the image of matter of the image of the language. This is a Slavic language that needs to be accepted by the majority population. There are different schools, Croatian schools in Burgenland. There's also the Hungarian minority. There's also bilingual high school. In 1957, a few years after the Second World War, Slovenian experienced bilingualism already at the time, whereas we needed to wait until 1993. It means decades, it means generation waiting for them to be recognized, these kinds of schools. There are teachers much committed, and there are also projects that are being promoted thanks to associations that enables the creations of didactic material. What is important is that a recognized education system, there also needs to be a recognized recognition in terms of times. In 1955, there was no the legal framework. However, today we need to safeguard bilingual schools. It is also important continuous learning and training for teachers, and it is extremely important the cooperation with Croatian associations. The most important topic at the moment is the education system in cities. We are working on that. We are trying to create a Croatian school in Vienna that needs to be shaped on the school of the Komensky school. This is a matter of survival. We need to decide whether we want it to be in the city center or just in rural areas. So the ethnic group in Vienna is connected directly to the Croats of Burgenland, and we need to guarantee that also in these city centers there's a minority that wants to use the language. We need to be able to have the support of the legal framework. And we need also the support of the chancellors in order for amendments in terms of legal provisions. Before concluding, I look to the future. If we invest in education, language, and children today, the future of Burgenland Croats will be a little brighter as against the present situation. Our children will not only speak German, English, and Croatian, but also the language of diversity, of respect and open-mindedness. So the target is spreading multilingualism as much as possible. Otherwise, Burgenland will not only be a historical place, but remain a place where multilingualism is lived. The Croatian language is one of the 24 languages of the European Union. This means that there's a new European dimension for our small ethnic group, which highlights Croatian in Austria as an active element of unity between peoples and as mediators between cultures. The language of Burgenland Croats is not a relic of the past. It is a treasure of the present, and it is a promise for the future. This promise begins at school with every child who says, yes, I speak Croatian and I'm proud of it. Being proud of one's own language is the pillar we need to focus on, and that requires also legal framework. Let us ensure that this yes is heard, promoted, and celebrated and valued. The future of the Croats in Burgenland is not only in the hands of the ethnic group, it is a task that concerns everyone: politics, education, media, civil society. It's not just about language, it's about identity, participation, and respect. If the conditions are positive for the minorities, all the conditions are positive also for the nation state as a whole. So let us ensure that the Burgenland Croatian language is not only heard but also understood, because language is part of our culture. These associations present in Austria, the cultural associations, are the result of the work of the Center for Ethnic Groups and Community. What is important is mutual learning one from the other. We need to learn from each other. This is in the framework of further cooperation, so that Europe is being enriched in order to understand that we are not alone, that other peoples have the same problems, they have solutions to highlight diversity also in Europe. That's why I would like to thank you for your invitation, and because I think that similar events promote diversity for it to be part of our future. Thank you. Thank you.
Bene, ringraziamo il...
We thank Mr. Buranic for his contribution. And let's move on from Central Europe to the north of the Iberian Peninsula, the Basque community, a case of growth and linguistic revival and revitalization. I'd like to give the floor to Pachi Xavier Bastarrica Gaipasoro, who is an expert in linguistic revitalization.
Gracias a la organización por venir.
Buongiorno, good morning, buen día, buenos días. Undoubtedly, given that I started with a terrible Friulian, I have to apologize with Friulians for my bad pronunciations. Of course, I wanted to thank all of you and all of the organizers and the institutions participating in the organization of this event, and I thank Michela and the municipality of Commons, all institutions and organizations, and in particular I want to thank you because you've given me the opportunity to participate in this very interesting conference, taking into account the various speakers that have contributed to this morning's debate. I'll try and comply with the text that I have prepared because I have to be very concise. And I hope I will be of assistance for the interpreters, whom I thank for their efforts and their contributions. And I also have to thank the sign language interpreters who are here with us today. And the interpreters thank you back. The case of the Basque language in Euskadi is an example of the revitalization of a minority language, and I will try to explain where we come from, where we are, how we got here, and where we're heading. And I will focus on the future. I will focus on the autonomous community of Euskadi. There are smaller language-talking Basque also in France, but I will focus on the Basque county in Spain, where the revitalization process has started. Starting from the year 1800, so we're going back in time, Euskera has experienced a decline. It is important for me to understand that this was a constant decline process, as you can see in these slides. In 1800, Basque-speaking population represented 76.8% of the population, but that percentage has decreased down to 21.9% in 1981. That was a catastrophic result. However, in the 80s of last century, a major turning point occurred thanks to the convergence of various factors: the arrival of democracy in Spain in 1978, and the following year, in 1979, the establishment of Basque self-government, a highly advanced self-government that grants Euskadi its own public powers with important competencies. Another important factor was the fact that the majority of the population was in favor of recovering the Basque language. There was a growing social momentum and the establishment by Basque institutions of a legal framework for the protection of the Basque language and the initiation of an active linguistic policy to promote Euskera. As a result, today, according to the latest official data, dating back to 2021, the Basque-speaking population has reached 42.5% of the total population. We started from 21.9 in 1981, and today we are at 42.5%. Almost 900,000 Basque speakers. If we then add the Navarra and the French Basque county, we reach 1.5 million speakers. And that has been a constant growth. The number of Basque speakers has doubled. Today, there are 466,700 more Basque speakers than 40 years ago, while the overall population has only grown by 141,000 people in the same period. But we have 466,700 people, more Basque speakers. And the population has increased only by 140,000 people alone. And most importantly, unlike what happened 40 years ago, today the highest percentage of Basque speakers are concentrated in younger age groups. As we can see from this graph, 86% of those under 16 years of age are Basque speakers. And 40 years ago, they didn't even reach 20%. Let's consider the users of Euskera. Now, the use of Euskera is fundamental, just like family transmission, as we heard from the previous speaker. The number of the Euskera users has increased. Today, in the Basque County, we have 630,000 people aged 16 and over, 1/3 of the population. And they use Euskera regularly to some extent. So 630,000 people using Euskera regularly in some way. And 2/3 of these 630,000 Euskera language users, in other words, 412,000 people, use Euskera as much or more than Spanish. In summary, that's their main language, and this has nothing to do with the situation 40 years ago. It's a radical change. Today, Euskera is a modern language used in education, university, cultural creation, administration, media, the internet, and in the socio-economic and labor world, even though there is no homogeneity among the different sectors. And I would like to give you a very important figure from this same month. It concerns the university education. In the 2025-2026 academic year that has just started, 57% of new students have chosen to pursue their undergraduate studies entirely in Euskera. I think that this is enough to tell us that we are really confronted with a huge social-linguistic change. How has this change occurred? I think that the answer lies in the Basque model of linguistic revitalization. Based on this model, there are three factors. I was mentioning them yesterday. They are not the only ones, these factors, but they have been decisive. A suitable legal framework for the protection of Euskera to incentivize its use, then the adoption of active language policy, and a favorable civic will accompanied by broad social and political consensus. Thanks to our regional government, we now have a legal framework whose main pillars are the Statute of Autonomy, which is a sort of constitutional charter of the self-government of the Basque County, which declares the co-official status of Euskera and Spanish on an equal form of footing, and the law of the normalization of the use of Euskera adopted in 1982 by the Basque Parliament. The Statute of Autonomy and the Normalization Law are the two fundamental pillars of the Basque model of linguistic revitalization, together with the many other laws and regulations, decrees that have been adopted over time. Let's consider the principles for these linguistic revitalizations. Now, the first fundamental principle, I'm only mentioning 5, even though there are more. The first is equality of linguistic rights for all Basque citizens. Same rights for all citizens. This is very important in our case because 40 years ago, only 1 in 5 people spoke Euskera. But at the time, the right of all citizens to know and use Basque was recognized. And that right was recognized to each and every citizen, the right to know and use Euskera, and also to be taught in Euskera. The second pillar, citizens have the right to choose the language, Euskera or Spanish, one of the two official languages, and public authorities are obliged to adopt measures to make citizens' rights effective. Public authorities do not have any right when it comes to linguistic policies. It is the citizens that have rights. Public authorities have obligations. The third pillar, well, the goal is to progressively become a society of bilingual citizens. Based on the data that I've shown you, we see that a lot has been done, but there is still a lot to be done to come to full bilingualism. And the fourth pillar is integration and social cohesion. Language policy must promote social cohesion. I don't know whether there are policies in this field involving language policies as well. The fifth, and this is the main foundation, the will of the citizens, the attitude of the citizens. You can't understand the social linguistic change over the last few decades in the Basque County without the support of the citizens and without the broad social and political consensus that has made this development possible. It is on the basis of these principles and on the basis of the new legal framework of the Statute of Autonomy and the law for normalization of Euskera that strategies have been developed in 7 areas of use. And these areas are family transmission of Euskera, which was also mentioned, and rightly so, by the Croatian speaker. Education, non-university and university education, learning of Euskera by adults, administration, media, socio-economic and labor fields, and information and communication technologies. And then there is another fundamental element that should be added, which is the standardization of the language under the leadership of the Euskera Academy. I will focus on two principles: education and learning Euskera in adulthood. The spectacular growth of Euskera mainly relies on the education system, and in particular on the education of young people. 2/3 of those 466,000 new speakers are the product of the school system. The other 1/3 is the result of learning Euskera in adulthood. Let's consider now non-university education. What you see in the slide is the comparison between 83-84 and 22 and 23 academic years. In 1983-1984, we have the beginning of a new education system to abandon monolingualism. And then we have official data for 22 and 23. The strategy over the last 40 years when it comes to education, which started in 83 and 84, is based on three complementary principles that are part of the Basque legislation. We have compulsory education. Education must be provided in both official languages. And then you have the obligation to provide enough competence in both languages. And how does our education system achieve that result? Well, based on this principle, it is parents mainly who have to make a choice. They have to choose the main vehicular choice of teaching. Starting from a combination of these principles, the system offers three different linguistic models which are available for parental choice. We have Model A, which is the one you see here, which is education in Spanish. Spanish is the language of teaching, vehicular language of teaching, and Euskera is taught as a subject. The Model B, both official languages are vehicular languages. Some subjects are taught in Euskera and others in Spanish. And then you have Model D, which is the contrary of Model A, education in Euskera. Euskera is the vehicular language of teaching, and Spanish is taught as a subject. This system was introduced in the academic year and teaching year 1983-1984. How has it evolved over 40 years? Well, Model A, with Spanish as main language of education, was the main choice in 83 and 84 by 77.7% of parents. Today, that's a minority choice, and the percentage has gone down to 12.6%. Model D, teaching in Euskera in 1983-1984, was 14.2%. Today, it is up to 70.2%. And that's the large majority of parents, and the remainder involves education in both languages. So 87% of non-university education system uses Euskera as vehicular language for teaching by parental choice. 87%. And 40 years ago, that was only 22%. I'm not going to talk about adulthood courses in Euskera, and I approach the end of my presentation because I'd like to end with a look to the future. Where are we going? Where are we going? Well, what we've seen is just a few data concerning the growth of the Euskera language, but this growth has been huge, has, however, limitations, and there are some shadows as well. Today, after 40 years, we cannot opt to use Euskera in certain contexts. It is therefore a process that has not completed as yet. There is a lot to be done, and there are new challenges confronting us because the legislation is changing, the social context of the Basque County is changing, the international context has changed, and in our case, the change has been due to the revitalization of euskera, so that we now have a new social profile of the euskera speaking population. Most of Basque speakers are new Basque speakers learning euskera as a second language. And that's the most evident evidence that there has been a completely new social profile of euskera. Currently, we live in a globalized world, climate changes, technological changes, a major role being played by official languages, English in particular, and that has an impact on multilingualism. And then consumption habits are changing, linguistic habits are changing, channels of communication are changing. The role of media, in particular, with young people, that way they're using media has nothing to do with the way young people used the media 15 years ago. There is a major impact played by streaming platforms. All of these factors together have a major impact on our young people, because it is with young people that our language can grow. And this is where the challenges lie. Old models are crumbling. Today we need to develop a sustainable development for the growth of our language, a sustainable development of language diversity. And this is very difficult to achieve versus the models that are based on monolingual policies. Why? Because we have to look for a complementary relationship among languages, and no language has to play a secondary role versus the others. So we have to look for new strategies. Another fundamental element has to do with demography. In the Basque society, demography will determine the future of euskera. Our birth rate is very low, among the lowest in Europe, perhaps the lowest in Europe. And that's not good news for us. But this is who we are. We are a society with a major growth of euskera, but we have to tackle other obstacles, other criticalities. And the birth rate brings about the aging of our population. And our young people are the social group that might most promote the growth of euskera in the past. Still, the relative burden will decrease within society. We have an increasing number of migrants coming to our country, and it will continue to increase. And we really hope for migrants and number to increase because we have a very low birth rate. But the policies of the future will have to take into account these changes in demography. The impact of technologies will be very strong. Euskera needs to find a place in this world. We need to have a stronger political consensus, a stronger social consensus, because it's not something that you achieve and then it stays there. You have to win it over and over every day. It's very easy to destroy this social and political consensus. A major challenge could be the following one. Euskera must continue to grow with the new speakers, using it as a second language, because the number of speakers has increased, but still there is room for improvement. There are people knowing euskera but not using it, so further growth has to be promoted. And Basque speakers, native Basque speakers who have learned it within the family must preserve it despite major pressures exerted by Spanish or other languages like English. So native Basque speakers will have to use euskera as their first language in their everyday life. And those hundreds of thousands of new Basque speakers have to continue to use euskera, because most of these new Basque speakers have to be encouraged to use this euskera in everyday life. And this is very difficult in particular. But these hundreds of thousands of new Basque speakers will have to be able to find euskera a useful, necessary instrument, both personally and in their occupational life. And this is difficult. This is difficult, but I believe that this is where the most important game has to be played for euskera. For those who have learned euskera as a second language, euskera must not end up being a learned language, a niche language. Quite the opposite. It must be a natural language, an everyday language, which requires that more opportunities have to be created for the use of euskera, and public authorities have a role to play. And then we need a different management, a fairer management of linguistic diversity in Spanish institutions and European institutions. Spain is a multilingual country, but it works as if it were a monolingual country. And active protection of euskera is left in the hands of Basque institutions, and the same holds true for Catalan, as if the state did not have any interest in protecting these minority languages. Euskera and other minority languages in Spain need to have a friendly state working next to them, accepting linguistic diversity in Spain, and using it as a tool for a greater wealth for our country. The European Union, on its part, has focused its attention on the 24 official languages of the EU, but there are a further 60, 65, 70. So there are other 60, 65 regional languages, and they are as European as the 24 official languages of the EU. And they are integral part of the European Union. They are part of the linguistic diversity of the EU. And in too many occasions, does the European Union ignore these 65 regional languages, just declaring that multilingualism concerns the 24 official languages. Instead, the European Union should consider the whole of these regional languages. The future of Europe, as we heard yesterday, the future of Europe, if we really want to turn this slogan into a reality, united in diversity, require that no language prevails over the others. There are a few more considerations I'd like to add, but I know I have to conclude. I thank you. I thank the chairperson for the few minutes more that he has allowed me. Thank you for your attention.
Bene, ringraziamo il dottor Bazzar.
We thank Mr. Bazzarrica for his presentation, which has made it very clear what they have done in the Basque counting, and he has also referred to challenges for the future. Let's move on to the latest contribution for this morning. Mrs. Jessica Aquavita, Vice President of the Istrian County. She will talk to us about bilingualism in Istria, the Italian language in between protection and valorization.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dobar dan, guten tag, buenos dias. I cannot speak Friulian, but I might learn it. I mean, at least for the greetings. I will try to sum up my presentation. I will provide you a few general information. The Istria County is the largest peninsula in the Adriatic Sea. The largest surface of this peninsula belongs to the Croatia and the Istria region, and a smaller part is administered by the mountain region. You can see the names of the different cities. They are bilingual names. You can find Porec, Parenzo, Pol, Rovigno, Novigrad, Cittànova, so the name in Italian and in the local language. When we speak about the population, this census is being carried out every 10 years, the latest one in 2021. Officially, Istria has 195,326 inhabitants. The estimation for 2024 see an increase up to a bit over 200,000. We share the same destiny of the previous that was introduced by the previous speaker. We have a low birth rate, but we have a high rate of migration that provides positive numbers. Istria County is a county that we are proud to say being multicultural, bilingual. In this table, you can see the data on the population and on the nationality. This dates back to the census of 2021. The majority are Croatian, of course, 76.4%, and then followed by the minorities. The main minority in Istria is the Italian minority, 9,784, which means 5% of the population, 5.01% of the population, which is an important number as for the rights of the Italian community in Italy and in our county. The positive figure is that this census mentioned 9,784 Italians, but 9,836 declare Italian to be their mother tongue. So the number of those defining them as Italian speakers is always higher of the numbers of those declaring Italian nationality. The Italian Italian national community, you can see the Istro Venetian Festival, Bittinade in Rovigno, the Istriotto Festival. It is very often the Italian community that preserves traditions, local traditions, especially along the shore, the western shore of Istria, which is the historic settlement places of the Italian community. There are, of course, norms protecting the Italian minority in Istria. There are international agreements, there are internal or national, domestic or national laws, and local rules and regulations. Here you have some examples, international agreements that were mentioned before by the lawyer Yards, the London Memorandum, Osimon Treaty. As for the modern Croatian Republic and the Italian minority, an international agreement is the one dating back to 1996 between Croatia and Italy on the rights of the minorities. The national laws are many, They protect the minorities in general and the Italian minority in particular. The Constitution of the Republic of Croatia, the constitutional law on the rights of minorities, is important because it speaks of education of minority languages, the right of being represented within the Croatian parliament, being represented in the local and regional institutions, in the formation of the councils at regional and local level, the equal use of languages. On languages, we have the law on the use of language and its spelling of the national minorities in the Croatian Republic, which describes in detail how bilingualism shall be implemented within councils, visual bilingualism in road signs, in another important law is the law on education and teaching of the language and spelling of national minorities. The latest one is the law on territories of the region, cities, and municipalities of the Republic of Croatia. Because if I've earlier mentioned the bilingual names of the cities, is thanks to this law that entered into force recently and that recognize the bilingual Italian and Croatian name places of some cities, place names of some cities. And then we have local norms, municipal statutes, and the statute of the Istria County. This is a document we are very proud of. We celebrate it with particular occasion. We do celebrate the day of the statute that was approved in 1994 by the Regional Assembly, and it was, however, recognized by the Croatian government only in 2006. It took 12 years for our statute to be recognized because Croatia rejected the articles on bilingualism and therefore the use of Italian. I mentioned a couple of them. Article 21 in the Istria County, the official and equal use of languages in these implemented in the all the bodies boards of the region, or where it's said that all stamps, documents needs to be in Italian as well. Article number 23, 26. All the articles on bilingualism were rejected by Croatia until 2006, after the entry into force of the constitutional law on the rights of minorities. So this was our struggle that we fought for, thanks also to a policy that since the 90s, where the different regions were established in the Republic of Croatia, we have always tried to promote and protect the values of bilingualism and the protection of the Italian minority, which is an autochthonous component of the country. I mentioned also the institutions of the Italian national community. In the previous slide, in article number 29 of our statute, it says that Istria County recognized the role of the Italian Union as representatives of the people belonging to the Italian national community. The president of the Italian Union will speak later. It is important because the different institutions of the Italian national community are hosted also in our region, the Italian Union. We have the Italian communities, 52 in total, between Slovenia and Croatia. Of them, 31 are in Istria County. We have primary schools, upper high schools, and nursery schools in Italian, where the teaching is completely held in Italian, and then, of course, also the Croatian language is studied. Of 14 primary schools, 7 are in Istria. Of 7 upper high schools, 3 are in Istria. Of 17 nursery schools, 7 are in Istria. So most of our community members, schools, are in Istria. Then we have the Historic Research Center in Rovigno, the Council for the Italian National Community, Radio and TV Capodistria, which is in Slovenia, but it is our community resource, a transnational resource, the Edit Publishing House in Rijeka, the Carlo Combi Center in Pirano, the Italian Drama in Rijeka again. Our region, since the beginning, has always promoted this multilingualism and multiculturalism. It is the only region in Croatia with a councillorship for the minorities, the language minorities, and their young people, that promote activities especially for the protection and promotion of the Italian language at local level. For many years now, we've been organizing a number of projects such as language labs, language courses for the employees of the public institutions that started in 2019, that were attended by over thousands of public employees, police officers, medical doctors. Everyone working in public institutions are warmly invited to attend these Italian language courses in order to enable the members of the Italian national community to use the Italian language also within their own institutions. The Italian language courses in nursery schools in bilingual cities, so where the Italian minority is present. A project was launched in 2001 on tiptoe, because even the situation in Istria is quite calm, quite robust. We are still moving, very slowly on tiptoe, and it was welcomed both by children and by families that have been asking for further editions. It is a way for nursery school children to get in touch with the Italian language before primary schools. Of course, this is what we could do, but lots is due to the state. Refresher courses for the teachers of Italian schools to get in cooperation with the Dante Alighieri Society in Rome and the Agency for Education of the Croatian Republic. They are provided official certification where professors, teachers, experts held these refresher courses, especially on the quality of the language. Another important activities is the working group for the standardization of the Italian terminology. But why do you speak Italian? The translation in the bilingual municipalities where due to the regulations, bilingual signs, road signs were required. We noticed that the translation were often, non-standardized. So each translator would use their own preferred terms. So in official documents, you would find different definition, for example, of the same institution. So we needed to work on the quality of the use of the Italian language. And we therefore established this working group to which all the translators of the local administration belong. They already produced a first glossary, terminology collection. They are supported by the translator of Friuli Venezia Giulia. They are in touch with them in case they need any suggestion, any explanation, and also with translators working at European Union level. Thanks to this working group, we had the opportunity to have one translator in the Istria County, which is a disposal of the bilingual local self-government institutions. We fund weekly radio newscasts for local channels and one weekly TV newscast on the local channel. So, hand in hand with the national broadcasting channels in Slovenia with the Capodistria, or in Croatia with the Croatian channels in Pola or in Rijeka, we felt the need to increase the number of newscasts also in the local channels for Italian to be heard also at local level. This is apparently a small project, yet now when journalists follow the different events, they automatically request for the statements both in Italian and in Croatian so that they can use them in the radio broadcasts. Therefore, the Italian language courses this year were attended mostly by journalists that expressed their interest in learning Italian better for it to be used also on the working place. The Istria County supports the institutions of the community from the Italian Union, the projects, the Center for History Researches, the library in Pola. We provide financial support. We fund partially also the activities of these institutions. Two of them are extremely important, the Istro Venetians Festival and the Istriot Festival, because we do speak in Istria of bilingualism, but also of diglossia, because for most of them, most of the people not only speak Italian, but also the Istro-Venetian dialect on the Istriot dialect. And these two activities enable the revitalization of the use of dialects. Try to imagine a minority community that needs to learn and use Croatian as the official language of the country they live in. They have some difficulties because their mother tongue is Italian, but Italian also by those belonging to the community was seen as the formal language, whereas the dialect was the one spoken by the less educated people. But thanks to this project today, we have young people that are very proud to speak also the Istro-Venetian dialect. And this is my language, and this is important for the identity and project for the promotion of visual bilingualism, broad signs, where they are not enough. In Istria, noi, as the Italian community in Istria, live in a double perspective. For the Istria County, which is not an autonomous region as we would like, so without the autonomy of the Italian autonomous regions, for the Istria County, we are a national autochthonous community with real rights and with a status, an official status, also an official nation states, but for Croatia we are one of the 23 minorities. So whereas the local administration would like to do much more to ensure the rights at a higher level within the national community, it is impossible because education, schools, health institutions are of a national responsibility, not a regional responsibility. So there is this struggle between what we would like to do, to have, and what we can do and have. However, we continue fighting in this struggle, and I agree with the previous speaker. It is the first one, using the language are the families, so we need to be aware, we need to promote it. We shall not blame the city, the municipality, the region if we are not the first to use these languages. Thank you, Mr. Quavita, for your presentation that provided us an overview of the present situation in Istria and the long journey you went through. This is the end of the morning session where we had the chance to focus on the different minorities. What we listened to this morning will be extremely useful for the afternoon session where we'll be focusing on the best practices implemented in these areas. From the organizational point of view, for those who need a transfer to move to Villa Lipoggia in the afternoon, the meeting point is outside here where you had the coffee break at 2:30. So at 2:30 meeting point, 2:40, okay, let's say 2:40. 40 past 2 meeting point outside here. Thank you.
No, si dice 19.
Mi sentite? Sì, eccoci qua. Allora direi che
Now I think we can resume our works. Welcome back. Welcome back here in the room and connected with us remotely. We have concluded the morning session, which focused on the various situations of the minorities, from the Ladins and the Dolomites to the three minorities here in Friuli Venezia Giulia, Slovenian speaking, Italian speaking, and Germanic speaking inhabitants, and then the Basque population, as well as the Croatians in Burgenland. So on the basis of what we've heard this morning, This afternoon, we will hear about successful stories and case studies in the field of education and dissemination of languages. So I'd like to start right away with our guests. Our first contribution this afternoon refers to the Slovene-speaking minorities in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Mrs. Irene Ferlat from the Slovene school in Brazzano. She will talk to us about the Slovene-speaking school in Friulian region. Good morning. My name is Irena Ferlat. I am a teacher at the primary school in Brazzano, Zorzut Primary School. I've decided to use Slovene because Slovene is my mother tongue. I grew up and I still live in a multilingual context where in an area where many languages are used. In the provinces of Gorizia, Trieste, and Udine, we have various Slovene-speaking communities, and they've been living there for a few centuries. In Trieste and Gorizia, the school systems started being developed in 1866, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire adopted a school reform. The first Slovene-speaking school was founded in Gorizia in 1871. Before the First World War, the evolution of the Slovene-speaking primary school was very successful. In 1913, the first lyceum, Slovene-speaking lyceum, was founded. And with the school reforms by Minister Gentile in 1923, all Slovene-speaking schools were abolished. And from one day to the other, Slovene-speaking students had to attend Italian schools with Italian teachers, and they often didn't know a single word of Italian. After the Second World War, Slovene schools were reintroduced in these provinces. And they are found in the provinces of both Gorizia and Trieste. What does it mean, a school with Slovene as a first language? It means that all subjects are taught in Slovene, all subjects, with the exception of foreign languages, in this case Italian and English. And there you have the same curriculum as for Italian schools. In the province of Udine, in San Pietro al Natisone, we have a bilingual school. And there are two languages being used, Italian and Slovene. Schools have to comply with the guidelines established by the national government for primary education. The Slovene-speaking schools in Italy, that network was established after the Second World War to ensure that Slovene could be taught to the students belonging to the Slovene-speaking community. We have nursery schools, primary schools, lower and upper secondary education. This is a map of Slovene-speaking schools in the province of Gorizia. We have nursery schools. We have 6 of them. Most of them close to Gorizia, and one in Brazzano, which is the furthest away from all the others, and that's the Maurizza Nursery School. And for primary schools, we have 5 primary schools, mostly located around, in and around Gorizia and San Floriano del Coglio. And then we have the Brazzano Primary School, which is the furthest away from all the others. Then we have lower and upper secondary schools in Gorizia. The Ivan Trinko School is one of them, and upper secondary schools as well. I've listed here the Plessivo School. And that's the Zorzut School. It used to be there, close to the Italo-Slovenian border up to 2010. And now a few words on the Plessivo School. Before the Gentile reform in 1923, in the area we had Slovene-speaking schools in Cormos, Mernico and Skrio. In 1945, Slovene-speaking schools were re-established in these 3 areas, Cormons, Mernico and Skrio. But the border that was then established made it impossible for the students to attend the school in Medana. So families decided to send their children to Cormons, which led to an increase in the number of pupils enrolled there. The municipality of Cormons in 1952 decided to open a Slovenian school in Plessivo, thereby abolishing the school in Cormons, the Slovenian school in Cormons. In 2010, the Ludwig Zorzut Primary School moved from Plessivo to Brazzano. This is the Ludwig Zorzut School in Brazzano, which I'm going to describe very briefly. Why Brazzano? Why did the municipality decide to move the Plessivo School to Brazzano? The building in Plessivo was no longer suitable to host school activities because it no longer met regulations in the field of safety and security. There was not room enough for all pupils, and even preschool or nursery school was located in Cormons with the nuns, and the mayor of Cormons and the municipal administration tried to find an adequate solution, and they've decided to combine together the nursery school and primary school within one single building in Brazzano, thereby giving rise and giving birth to a Slovenian-speaking school center. The fact that these activities were moved to a Friulian-speaking area was certainly not well accepted right at the beginning, because in Cormons there were cultural activities ongoing for Slovene-speaking communities, and indeed in Brazzano there were attempts to close the Slovene-speaking schools, but luckily enough those attempts failed. Now let's consider the peculiarities of this Slovenian school in Brazzano. This is a school that is in an area where both Italian, Slovene, and Friulian are spoken, which means that it's much easier to learn about new languages, new cultures. Most of the pupils come from mixed or Italian families, and mixed families are either Italian Friulian or Italian Slovenian families. Other are purely Slovenian families. In the Ludwig Zorzut school, we have lessons from 7 to 3 o'clock, from Monday to Friday. In 2010, we had 20 pupils, whereas in nursery school, we had about 20 children. Both schools are in one building. On the first floor, there was primary. On the first floor, we had the primary schools, and on the second floor, we had the nursery school. In 2019, the number of students doubled, more than doubled. There were 47 pupils. And therefore, it was necessary to find new classrooms. Therefore, the Minoranza school moved to another building. In 2024-2025, there were 37 children in the Minoranza nursery school, which led to having another classroom available for preschool children. And this number has increased over the years. Why do parents choose to enroll their children at the Slovenian school of Brazzano? First of all, because they want their children to learn Slovene, especially if they have Slovenian forefathers or one of the parents is Slovenian. Some Italian families decide to enroll their children at this school for them to learn both languages, Italian and Slovene, and therefore be exposed to two different cultures. Which are the advantages of full-time education? Well, socializing, first of all, is one of the advantages, because children have the opportunity to spend many hours together, but also the fact that it is easier to learn Slovene, because children spend 8 hours in a Slovene-speaking environment. And then there are many activities taking place there in the afternoon, activities which simplify learning Slovene, especially in the areas close to Gorizia and the province of Gorizia. But our school actually is not very close to Gorizia. We're far away. However, we have hours devoted to music in the afternoon, and these music lessons are taught by the musical school Komen. The Ludwig Zorzut school, the primary school, has a very good reputation. It operates in a very quiet area. Children moving on from nursery school to primary school have a good knowledge of Slovene, thanks especially to the teachers there, who really make a huge effort to improve their skills. And after the 5 years of primary education, those pupils, even the ones coming from Italian-speaking families, have a very good knowledge of Slovene. We can say that the teaching opportunities offered by the school are very significant. Every year we organize events and shows, always in 3 languages, Italian, Slovene, and Friulian. We participate in many different activities together with the local community. For instance, children participate in in grape harvest, and then the grapes are turned into wine, and wine is sold for charitable purposes. There are many other activities, but this one is one of the most successful. And then we also organized excursions in Slovenia and in Italy. There is a Green Week, which we organize. And children, especially in their 5th year, spend a whole week in Slovenian centers in Slovenia. We also collaborate with the Bibliobus, the library bus. It is a bus coming from Gorizia. It's a Beuk library bus to promote reading with children. There are many other activities, but I'll just mention a few of them. And now, very briefly, on the years after, on the education after primary education, most of the children after primary education decide to attend the middle school Trinco in Gorizia or the bilingual Petricic school in San Pietro al Natisone. Some decide to continue their education at the Italian middle school in Cormons. But most of them go on with their education in a Slovene-speaking context. And this holds true also for upper secondary education and university education. Sometimes they even go and study in Slovenia. And I'd like to read a small text right now by Mateja Gomboc in her book entitled Gorica. Today we spoke Friulian. Dad never learned Slovene. He only used a few words here and there among the Friulian words, especially when talking to the reapers and harvesters, to make himself better understood. When we were on our own, Mum used to speak Slovene with us children. I don't know why, but she never used Slovene with Dad. When we were all together, our language was Friulian. We read books in Italian and Slovene, while prayer books were in Friulian. And with our neighbors, we spoke Slovene and Friulian. I understood that this linguistic mix was one of the characteristics that distinguished Blanche and the whole area of Gorizia, where I was born and where I belong. I saw languages as colorful pearls on a necklace that goes with every outfit. Even our children understand languages as pearls, beads of a necklace that fits with every outfit. And our school is the expression of this multicultural environment. Thank you. Thank you. We thank Mrs. Ferlat for her interesting contribution on this area. And we proceed with our schedule. The first 3 contributions for this panel refer to the 3 minorities in this region. And now we give the floor to Mrs. Adriana Cruciati, coordinator for the Friulian Help Desk. And her contribution has the title Growing Up with More Languages. It is a project coordinated by ARLEF, the Friulian Association. It's an example of good practices when it comes to multilingual education and one of the most important contributions to the dissemination of the Friulian language.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Cruciatti. I'm the coordinator of the regional help desk for the Friulian language, which is a tool of the ARLEF, of the Regional Agency for the Friulian Language. I have the opportunity to introduce you a project that was promoted by Friuli Venezia Giulia by ARLEF, which is titled Growing Up with Multiple Languages. Before speaking about it, ARLEF, the Regional Agency for Friulian Languages, has always been promoted many activities to raise awareness in the families as regards multilingualism and to promote the usage, the transmission of the Friulian language over generations. This is the most long-standing project and the most important one of the agency, which implement the plan for the language policy of Friuli Venezia Giulia region. What is the target of this project? The idea is to raise awareness of the parents of newborns to the many benefits in terms of cognitive and metacognitive benefits of a multilingual education, which are also proven by scientific research. One of the goals is also going against, fighting bias that affect multilingual educational choice. Fortunately, these bias, these resistances against a multilingual education are still present today, and the idea is to debunk those bias. And this project also wants to highlight the language and cultural peculiarities of our region. This project was launched in 2012 thanks to the cooperation between ARLEF and an health agency number 5. After more than 10 years, this is a stable project. It is widespread all over the health institution of Friuli Centrale that included also other local health institutions and therefore serves 520,000 inhabitants, just to give you an idea of the number of people referring to this institution. This project is developed within the mother-child departments in Udine, San Daniele, Tolmezzo, so the center of Friuli, the north of Friuli, and Latisana, the south of Friuli. Until a couple of years ago, this project was promoted also in San Vito al Tagliamento in western Friuli. There, the birth center was closed, and unfortunately, at the moment, the project is not going on in San Vito. Why did ARLEF decided to promote such a project? We all know that scientific research proved that multilingual children are exposed since their birth to more languages, have cognitive and metacognitive abilities. Much more than monolingual children. So when a newborn enters a family, it is important that the family is aware of all that in order to make the best choices. We are living in a region who is historically and naturally a multilingual region. So our children are naturally exposed to more languages, and therefore it is a fertile territory for this project. In a region where, in addition to Italian, minority languages are spoken, which are Friulian, German, and Slovene. This project is dedicated to new parents, so inside the maternal and child care departments, so immediately after birth, and it is the health professionals that gives the new parents a kit. Here it is. You can see it on the table, which is called Bring Friulian Back Home, which contains materials for parents and for children. The involvement of the health professionals is essential to this regard, because the regional agency cannot enter the maternal and child care departments, so therefore the healthcare departments are the one conveying the message of the region and the agency to these families. In order to implement this project, the Regional Agency for Friulian Language trains the health professionals regularly in cooperation with the health authorities. They organize some refresher courses, some training courses for health professionals, which are very high turnover in health institutions. So it is essential to convey the message we want to be handed over to the new families. And the health professionals are important also from the logistic point of view, because they send to the language help desk of the Friulian language. They report the number of these kits that are being provided to these families. So we can collect numbers thanks to them. Inside this kit contains, as said, materials both for parents and for children. For parents, there's a letter by the president of the Regional Agency for Friulian Language, which is entitled Dear Mom, Dear Dad. All these documents are both in Friulian and in Italian language. There's a brochure listing the advantages of a multilingual education. This brochure is provided at the entry of any hospital department for anyone to take it, and also to offer visibility to the project. Inside this kit, there's also an additional brochure providing information to parents and to the other members of the family, introducing the benefits of multilingualism since the early days of life. Here you can see some pages to show you the contents of this material, where we have also testimonials expressing their opinion. There are teachers, there are health professionals, there are professors. And since the beginning, this brochure explains in a very clear manner. You can see also the very childlike graphics child-friendly graphics, I would say. It explains the cognitive benefits of a multilingual education. Growing up with multiple languages enable the easier learning of additional languages. One of the main messages of the agency is that if you speak Friulian, you can also learn English, German, Spanish, any other language more easily. There are, and the multilingual children have learn earlier than other children. They have more skills, more abilities. They are more open-minded. They are more sociable. They are more adaptable to different situations. They are more tolerant. They are less stressed because they have self-control. So with very short short texts and images, this is explained to parents. What is also explained is that there are strategies to grow up your child with a multilingual education. Everything is presented in very short sentences, messages, easy to understand. There's also a sort of a checklist of the different biases with this game, debunk bias, true or false. So it's a list of comments with the red cross or the green ticks to underline some bias that are widespread, like, for example, that growing since the birth with two languages creates confusion in the child. Unfortunately, this is still considered true by many parents. And then there are some gifts for children. There are books in Friulian, important, like Pimpa. Pimpa is an important character of child literature in Italy. And it was drawn, it was created by a Friulian father. And some of the books of Pimpa were translated into Friulian. And then there are other books created by the regional agency. There's a sticker saying there's a babe as well, and there's also a meter to measure the growth in height of the children. So how many families have benefited from this project? Since 2020, over 12,000 families. In 2024, 1,970 families. Up to the 30th of September, there were 1,350 in 2025. Unfortunately, numbers are dropping because there's a drop in birth rates. And not because there's a decrease in the attention of multilingualism. In addition to this kit, the project includes also other elements. On ARLEF website, there are 30 video interviews to experts in education, in linguistics. There's also a mother presenting experience in growing up a child with Friulian language. And in the ARLEF website, there's a There's a guide with experts in articles by experts, including one of Professor Antonella Sorace, who's a world-known personality in terms of multilingualism. She is a professor at the University of Edinburgh and also on development linguistics. This project has also a second phase, which is when children reach 4 years of age, when they need to be vaccinated, they are reached by the project through new gifts in order to strengthen this relation, this dialogue with the family. So their children are given a book. Until a few years ago, they were provided a DVD, which is now, no longer used. And then there's a certification of bravery, because when the children are about to undergo a vaccination, then they are given, they are all, afraid of course, and they are awarded the certification of bravery, which is a simple piece of paper, which is filled in by the health professional. But there's more. Very recently, the project evolved further, because for a few years it is also devoted to creche. The regional agency realized that it was important for newborns, but also for nursery schools from the 3 years of age, but there was a missing link. So from newborns to 3 years old, there was no project including families of pupils of creche. In 2023-2024 academic year, a pilot project was launched for learning Friulian language, devoted to children between 24 and 36 months of age. So this is a link between newborns and nursery school pupils, and between children and families. How many children benefited from this project? The first pilot project involved 77 children, which means 77 families, because the operators of the Friulian Help Desk presented this multilingual project to the families of these children, first starting from the municipality of Sal Daniele, and then the municipalities of Comeglians, Pontebba, and Tolmezzo. In 2024-2025, it also included the municipality of Comeglians and Pontebba, and now for the next year, in 2025-2026, we will include also some other municipality creche of Western Friuli, San Vito al Tagliamento and Morsano al Tagliamento, and Central Friuli, Tavagnacco. Of course, we are open to bring this project also in other municipalities of the region, and we are already in connection with other municipalities. As for health professionals, teachers in creche and teachers in nursery schools are an essential element, because they are the professionals that ensure the continuity in the language education in preschools. So for each creche, we have organized and planned meetings with the teaching staff. I think I said everything about this project. With a few more slides, I would like to highlight the fact that the Regional Agency for the Friulian Language promotes also a number of other projects for children, including a website, git.it. Git means tickling. It is an entertainment, a recreational site, a teaching site for children, where that can be used by children autonomously. It is designed for children. It's a safe site for children to surf on, and it is very accessible in terms of, for example, dyslexia, disorders for left-handed children. I mean, it's very accessible. This was developed by Sol, a web development agency, with the support of the Friulian Agency for the Friulian Language. Another pillar, and it is a pillar because it has 10 years of life at the moment. We've just celebrated the 10 years of this project, entitled Maman, which is a broadcast, a children broadcast, where two presenters tackle different topics and introduce the regional territory to children with cartoons, jokes, games, readings. It has 10 years now, this project. We have 180 episodes, which are available on the website and on the YouTube channel of the Regional Agency for the Friulian Language. There are cartoons, as said, because the agency translated into Friulian some important cartoons, numerals, which is number blocks, BBC cartoon, helping children to learn numbers by playing. On ARLEF website and ARLEF YouTube channel, you can find audiobooks, music videos, so lots of materials. So please visit both the website and the YouTube channel of the Regional Agency for the Friulian Language. In the end, as said, the agency wanted to create different parts that could be connected to each other. So an essential component is school, and I'm referring to primary school, where parents have the opportunity to choose consciously a Friulian language education. So every year, ARLEF promotes information and award-raising campaign underlining that the time is ripe to make the right conscious choice of multilingualism education, including Friulian language among their teaching of their children. In the school year 2024-2025, in nursery schools and in primary schools, in Friulian-speaking area, 78% of the families choose a Friulian education for their children. So So it is certainly a successful project. This is all on my side.
Bene, ringraziamo.
So thank you for your presentation, introducing the different initiatives of the regional agency, including video material and also activities involving the health authorities. And now we have the third minority in Friuli Venezia Giulia. So I would like to give the floor to Alfredo Sandrini, who was speaking also this morning. He will introduce the Bachmann School Intervisio, which is the where more languages are integrated into the school curriculum. So it is a unique case at European level. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I come from Val Canale. This morning, I already took the floor during the morning session, and I talked about Val Canale. Val Canale is located in the northeastern part of Friuli Venezia Giulia. It borders with two countries. There's a mountain at the end of Val Canale, at the end of the valley, and there we have the border among three countries. And during the winter, I meet many people coming from far away. And when I tell them that by standing on the top of that mountain, you can be with your foot in Italy, with your feet in Italy, with your right hand in Slovenia, and with the left hand in Austria, they're all surprised. This is something unique. It's three different linguistic families meeting there. In this small valley, Val Canale, for centuries, we've had a unique feature. People speak three languages. There are villages where it is mainly Italian and German being spoken. Others, in other villages, it is Italian and Slovene. There is no specific rule regulating which language should be spoken, but given this unique context, now we've heard this morning very interesting contributions. Now, given this unique context, I think it's necessary to highlight the value of what we have in Val Canale, especially given the current international situation. Teaching in the past used to be done in Italian. We have a general school called Ingeborg Bachmann from Tarvisio to Chiusaforde, and the idea was that of having a school center that took into account our peculiarity of having three languages spoken there. And the mayor of Malborghetto in 2017 launched this initiative. He decided that he wanted to have a multilingual school. Very good idea. Difficult, however, to be implemented. I remember I participated in the first meeting organized by the mayor in Malborghetto. He invited the parents of pupils and students, but especially pupils that were to attend the new school coming from nursery school. He held a wonderful speech, and I remember that I was looking at the mothers, especially mothers coming from Italian-speaking families, and I saw skepticism in their eyes. My child, 3 years old, sent to a school where a different language is spoken. A year later, I remember that I met the same mothers, the same families, And end of September, I met them, and they asked me whether that initiative was going on, because it was really successful. And that shows that children really have the ability to learn all languages. They're like sponges. We shouldn't be afraid of confusing them by exposing them to different languages. This is something maybe that can't be explained, but it happens. So in 2017, we launched that initiative of a multilingual school. At the beginning, that school was financed with funds coming from the municipalities, and it was located in Ugovica. But it was so successful that even Tarvisio decided that it wanted to participate. And in 2023, that school was officially recognized by the Italian state as well. Currently, there's a project underway. So teachers are paid by the Italian state, and the project goes on. Here we have children attending schools in 3 different buildings, one from nursery school, one from primary school, and one from middle school, so lower secondary education. I've written some notes. Here in the heart of Europe, on the border between Austria and Slovenia, our school strongly believes in the cultural and linguistic richness of the area. With our multilingualism project, we want to cultivate the local identity and a global outlook. From the 2023-2024 school year, in addition to Italian and English, lessons will also be taught in German, Slovenian, and Friulian, which are curricular subjects from history and geography to technology. They're all taught by both the subject teacher in German, Slovene, and Friulian. At national level, that is the only experiment involving the introduction of multiple languages. This program includes teaching in Italian and in the vehicular languages, German, Slovene, and Friulian, from nursery school to secondary school. As for nursery and primary schools, in the 3rd year, the beneficiary of this 5-year experimental program authorized by the Ministry of Education for the 3rd year are the pupils of the following schools belonging to the Ingeborg Bachmann school centers. There is one nursery school section for each nursery schools located in Chiusaforte, Pontebba, Malborghetto, Valbruna, Tarvisio Città, and Tarvisio Centrale. And in Chiusaforte, we have, the village is located outside Val Canale. It is already in Canal del Ferro, another valley which falls within the Friulian speaking area. Chiusaforte was never part of Val Canale. Nevertheless, parents there have decided to join this initiative. Then there is 1 year 1, 1 year 2, and 1 year 3 in primary school for each of the schools. In the first case, there were 130 pupils for nursery schools. These data date back to last year. As for primary schools, 100 pupils. Now, teachers. For nursery schools, we have section teachers, primary school teachers, year 1, year 2, and year 3. Then we have internal nursery and primary school teachers with expertise in the Friulian language. Then there are 3 German language support teachers for the lower secondary school. And then we have German language support teachers who work across multiple school levels. And then 5 subject teachers: geography, art and image, music, technology, mathematics and sciences. The parties involved. We have subject teachers and language teachers, representatives of the regional school office, and the regional office for Slovene schools in Italy, support from the University of Udine in the implementation of the in the education program. Project objectives: recognition of the right of families to choose to educate their children in the languages of the region. The promotion of multilingualism as an expression of the region's multicultural identity. Educating citizens who are aware of the multilingual and multicultural context in which they live and who are aware of Europe. Training students with language skills that enable them to interact in the cross-border areas. To promote social and professional integration in the Alpe Adria area, also with a view to countering the migration of young people from the valley. To acquire strategies to learn more languages, to identify similarities and differences among languages and cultural content specific to the various disciplines involved. Objectives for pupils and students: improve listening, comprehension, and speaking skill by encouraging motivation to learn and act in multiple languages. Using the Friulian, Slovene, and German languages in activities integrated with the different disciplines and sectors. For the teachers, the goals are making choices about the curriculum to build diverse experiences in multiple languages, developing an integrated multilingual curriculum with a view to advance learning and knowledge. But there are criticalities as well. Shortage of internal Slovene and German-speaking teachers, especially Slovene-speaking teachers, unfortunately. Difficulty in finding and retaining language teachers in our area. Lack of regional language ranking for nursery and primary schools. You know exactly what I mean when I mention these bureaucratic mechanisms. As for the difficulty in finding and retaining language teachers in our region, now imagine that with the current system, we are in a mountainous region, in a mountainous area. If you're not used to living in the mountains, there are many problems, especially in winter. It's difficult to find a teacher, good teacher, who decides to move for a whole year to the north of Italy, on the mountains, especially if they have a family and children. And then the other criticality is the lack of regional rankings for these teachers. Of course, there have to be public competitions to hire these teachers. And when teachers come from far away, they find it very difficult to move up north, especially for nursery and primary schools. So we think we should have public competitions held at regional level rather than national level to be able to find teachers for this school system. Collaborations. We collaborate with the municipalities of Canal del Ferro and Val Canale, so Chiusaforte, Pontebba, Malborghetto, and Tarvisio, as well as with the regional government, with language and cultural associations, Canal Thaler Kulturverein, Druženje Mario Cernet, Planika. These are two Slovene-speaking cultural associations in the valley, then ARLEF for Friulian, Cooperativa Kramars from Tolmezzo, Vicinia di Camporosso e Palazzo Veneziano from Malborghetto. We also collaborate with the University of Udine Department of Languages and Literature, Communication, Education and Society. We also have international collaborations with the Institute of Education of the Republic of Slovenia, Slovenian schools in Italy. The objectives that we pursue, well, it's a bit of a repetition, what I'm about to say. But so far, I've only talked about nursery and primary education. In Valcanale, we also have a science and technology high school with two different specializations. Bachmann is a sport high school. We have students participating in skiing competitions, and then we have a normal curriculum. German is taught side by side with English as foreign languages. Slovene is not taught as yet. So the goal for secondary education, upper secondary education, is to train competent tourism professionals who are ready to face the challenges of the global market, thanks to an approach that integrates culture, languages, economics, and technology. And the languages, of course, in addition to Italian and Friulian, German and Slovene, and they are official EU languages. The context is that of a border area that promotes multiculturalism and interaction among different cultures. And then we also want to promote the local area and its cultural and linguistic heritage through educational activities and cultural exchanges with schools in other countries. The scope. Well, the initiative applies both to technical education for tourism and to specific projects, such as the continuity between nursery and primary school at national level. This is the only experiment involving the introduction of multiple languages. The activity involves teaching in Italian and in the other vehicular languages from nursery school to upper secondary education. The initiative stems from a proposal promoted by the municipalities of Valcanale and Canal del Ferro, which gathered the requests from families living in the valleys for structural language teaching in local schools. On this basis, in the past, the municipal administrations, in particular the administrations of the 3 municipalities in the valley, signed a letter of intent to underline the population's desire to establish a school of this kind. The project aims at providing young people with an experience and an expansion of the educational opportunities in line with the needs of a mountainous area that is sometimes neglected, and is seeking to promote cultural, linguistic, tourist, and economic activities. Teaching the curricular subjects in the local languages will enable students to acquire broader skills and safeguard the languages spoken by the historical minorities of Valcanale, thereby protecting a centuries-old cultural heritage. And I'd like to repeat what I said already this morning when it comes to the interest that this initiative found in the local population. Our young people attending these schools with knowledge in all 3 languages can find a job locally. Our valley is very narrow and long. On one side you have the borders, on the other you have the rest of Friuli, Venezia Giulia, and our young people at the end of their education, they don't have many job opportunities. They either move to Udine and Tolmezzo, or they have to move abroad. It happens that they move to Tolmezzo and Udine, and these young people stop there. They never come back to Valcanale. With the abandonment of the valley and the decrease in the number of inhabitants, if instead these young people have the necessary skills that allow them to find a job in Carinthia nearby, that's just 30 kilometers away. There's a city of 70,000 inhabitants, and there they're looking for young people with a knowledge of both languages. They can commute there. There are young people living in the morning, working in Villach, and coming back in the evening, and they do not abandon the valley. So this is our dream for the future, and we have to consider this dream. I mean, there are so many skills and competences that we have available, and this must not be a dream only. We must be convinced that this is something pragmatic. This is something that will increase the value of our region, its wealth, and it will also ensure a future for our region and our valleys. We have inherited these multilingualism, and it is our duty to continue to promote it. Thank you.
We would like to thank Alfredo Sandrini for his speech that introduced the new approach with the coexistence of the different teaching languages and the challenges connected to development of such model and the choices that the young people in Val Canale are due to make. Now let's get back to Spain in the Basque countries, and I give the floor to Lorea Bilbao Ibarra, who's a university professor but also member of the Basque Parliament. She will speak about an initiative, a day for change, Dia para il Cambio. So I give the floor.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Sì, va bene. Sì, sì, sì. Sì. Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Arrastion Socotapacci. Vorrei innanzitutto ringraziare per l'invito a partecipare in questo
We cannot. So I'm happy to be here on the occasion of the European Capital for Culture.
Una società come quella attuale.
In such a society which is unstable with many wars affecting us, I think it's important to mobilize society around culture, art, languages. It's our bet for the future. The revitalization of non-hegemonic languages is a shared objective by different communities. Many-fold are the language policies to this end that have been promoted both by the public administration and by the different social stakeholders. One is the promotion of a specific day for those languages. I believe that many times we wondered whether to invest fundings in such days is useful. I believe it is useful because it is useful to celebrate a day of our mother tongue, no matter whether it is an hegemonic language or a minority language, because it belongs to our cultural heritage. The Language Day celebration draw the attention to the language diversity. I believe it is essential because these are days which should exploit to promote a positive change in order to be aware and to take on our own responsibilities as individuals, as our approach to life, in order to understand that every day is an opportunity to get closer to the day of tomorrow, which is the motto of the European Union, united in diversity. This is something we share with Europe. Therefore, we need to underline united in diversity. We have different days we share, the 21st of February, since an initiative launched by Bangladesh and then approved in 1999 is the International Mother Language Day. In 2002, it was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, and the main objectives of this day was to preserve and protect all languages and dialects spoken in the world. This year, on the 25th anniversary and the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the International Mother Language Day, Languages Matter was the motto. The 26th of September is the European Day of Languages, and this day was promoted in 2001 in the European Year of Languages, if you remember that, and it was promoted by the European Union and by the Council of Europe in order to promote language learning and also to understand and tolerate. I would rather speak about respect than tolerance, however, to create bridges and to further build Europe. But before that, there was the International Day of the Basque Language of Euskera. It is celebrated in the Basque countries altogether. It proves the fact that languages do not understand diversities. Languages unite beyond whatever human beings do. How does it all started? The first day of the International Day of the Basque Language was celebrated in 1927 in the province of Guipúzcoa, which is one of the 3 Basque territories. Euskal Kazakliak is a cultural group that was established at the time for the diffusion and the preservation of the Basque language. But a very important date is 1949, when the Institute for Basque Studies proposed in the Basque Language Day. And it is important because many migrants wanted this day in order to celebrate the Basque languages, uniting them beyond ideologies, in order to share something with the other Basque speakers. On the 3rd of December was chosen as a symbolic date because it's the day of Francesco Saverio. It is an important date because it represented the cultural heritage of the Basque people, and they say that his last words were uttered in Euskera. That's why it is celebrated on the 3rd of December. It is a symbolic date, and it would have been important to give this day an international echo. In 1995, at the request of the Basque diaspora in Uruguay, during the first Congress, International Euskera Congress, they decided to make this 3rd December as the International Basque Language Day. Since 1999, the 3rd December is now celebrated every year, the International Euskera Day, but not only in Basque regions, in Basque territories, but all around the world where there are Basque communities, as well as in universities. In our agenda be it private and public institutions. The 3rd of December is the International Euskera Day. What is the purpose of this day? The preservation and dissemination of the Basque language, the international recognition beyond borders, evoking positive emotions. It starts as a celebration of the identity, but also develops in order to strengthen everything we achieved. It is promoting Euskera, is helping Euskera to take flight. Because even small steps are enough. If this is the symbol of Euskera, this is this bird. It says, make Euskera fly. And a little goes a long way is a promotional campaign in order to spread a contagious virus, in order to affect the whole of society, to make the society closer to Euskera. What are we celebrating? And the progress made so far. Whatever we also celebrate the increase in Basque-speaking speakers. The growth in the number of users, obesi, belari prese ergune, which means a lively mouth and attentive ear, space for action. These are the increase in areas of use, the resilience and adaptability of the language and its speakers. And how do we celebrate it? We celebrate it together, we eat, we drink together, we sing together, we dance together. That's what I said, to see if you're still awake or napping. We do create meeting opportunities, exchange opportunities, ordinary activities. We use a lot of symbols, signs. For example, on TV screens, we display the bird symbol of Euskera. We try to involve social institutions, different sectors, important testimonials, in order to identify those testimonials, those personalities with Euskera. Municipal, supra-municipal, regional, national levels are involved. This is just a small act, because sometimes even just a word is enough. During the pandemics, I was working in the province of Vizcaya. The workers decided that since they could not meet, they decided to create a telephone chain, which meant keeping a phone call lasting at least 5 minutes, and it was in the hall. We reached six and a half hours of phone calls in Euskera, and even activities that are performed exclusively in Euskera, inviting institutions or personalities. The range of activities is huge. Cultural activities, theaters, films, conferences, books, concerts, monologues, many activities to promote the use of the Basque language among adults. For example, Mitzodromo, which are taking place in public areas. These are meetings of ordinary people in public spaces, speaking only in euskera. Also board games, for example, telephone call chains, as said, child stories. An example at local level in Vizcaya, for example, what is awarded, I mean, at territorial level, it is the work that has been performed over a broadcasting media, audiovisual media, and the young people under 35 years of age are awarded such a prize for their activities in euskera. In 2025, we awarded a prize to 20 authors singing in euskera for over 20 years, or institutions that brought the Basque language to an international level. For example, the Centers for the Basque language, because they actively contributed to the creation of the International Basque Language Day. And all the institutions that have promoted the Basque readers in different international universities. For example, Rafael Vuste, who now works in international universities for dissemination of the Basque language. The Basque government and then we have the Coba Caceras, which is the Committee for International Interaction, promoting the use of the Basque language with a declaration on that day. So this International Day is celebrated everywhere in the Basque countries. In 2015, we paid tribute to all the people that were learning the Basque language. At the time, we enabled every territory to have at least one road, one street dedicated to students of the Basque language. In 2015, we celebrated the International Year and the connection between provinces, municipalities, and the slogan was, "What can I do for the Basque language?" And that it was the personal commitment, the individual commitment of citizens to write and then implement what they could do. In 2024, it was "Let's unite our voices to thank everyone." A whole new path has been paved. This is a further achievement. Along the journey, we need to understand all different languages. Another message from the Basque diaspora is that we would like to thank everyone, the constant and generous and fruitful work that has been performed for the Basque language. Therefore, we invite you to promote it, and the Basque diaspora continues working on that. Here we have many pictures of the first poster or the first day, the first manifesto, the first day that was celebrated, the Basque language, the very campaigns. I am a fan of Atletico Bilbao, the football team. And I believe that football actually did a lot, because here you can see the whole team wearing the Euskera symbol and T-shirt. What are the opportunities of the International Day of the Euskera, or International Day of the Friulian language? It pushes us to find ourselves in the community, because every change we want to make, it must be a community change, a collective change. Otherwise, it is not possible, because it is the collectivity in the community that makes visible the invisible. We need to attempt to mobilize, to exercise empathy, to recover the ability to feel emotions, imagine possible futures, and activate new ways of relating to each other. Because if we cannot see it, we cannot understand it. And we want to spread it. I did this example in the parliament, and I asked, what is your mother tongue? And they said house protection. And what is the Europe of languages? They said the shared space, a common space. What is Euskera? A right, an opportunity. There were also answers that did not include it. And, others said that Euskera is a motive, it is an opportunity to grow in your professional career. Everyone has a different perception of the Basque language. Why is it so important to evoke emotions, to involve emotionally the community? Because we need to do something we want to do. It shall be an invitation, not an obligation. This is the only way. If you see that there's something which is fun, which you want to do, and then you want to choose that language because it's fun for you, because you want to share it, it is important to involve the community in the collectivity. What shall we do then? We need to know, we need to involve, we need to connect, we need to believe it is possible, we need to change our mentality. We need to change our mindset. We need to think people want to do it. This morning they spoke about the evolution of the Basque language. The evolution of the Basque language was characterized by the involvement of all institutions and the whole citizenship. If the citizens don't want to do it, then you cannot do it. An International Day of the Basque language offers the opportunity to do that. In 2010, the Basque Parliament said that the Basque language is an heritage of the Basque society, but also of anyone supporting language diversity. Euskera is a window to the present and to the future, because we believe that multilingualism can have can affect positively the community and social cohesion. If we look at the situation in the Ukraine, Lebanon, Gaza Strip, we need to take into account, we need to work to promote cultural and language diversities. And if we can promote the respect of the other, and we can promote the respect towards what is different from us, this should be a priority in our social and political agenda. It is foolish to change. What I believe is what is foolish is looking around and not changing. And I would like to finish in Euskera. These are not my own words, but I'm going to read a poem in Euskera. Euskera is a way to look at the world. It is a way to go hand in hand. It's a way to dream, because if we dream, the power of a dream can make it real, and we will have the opportunity to change the world and to make it beautiful and solid with our shared and joint effort, hand in hand with other people speaking different languages, dreaming to change the language situation of our other countries and the whole world. Thank you.
Ecco, ringraziamo la dottoressa.
We thank Mrs. Bilbao Ibarra. She made us think about un día para el cambio, one day to change. Everything that has been said applies to all of our minorities. It applies to our past, to what could be our future. This is also a bit the logic of today's event. We've been reflecting on the situations of our minorities. We've been trying to make comparisons, to learn from each other, to see what is available, what could be imported into our own realities. With the contribution by Mrs. Lorea Bilbao Ibarra, we end this first part of the afternoon. We have about 30 minutes for our coffee break, and we meet again at a bit earlier, yes, 5:20. We meet again at 5:20 so that we can make up for some of the delay that we have accumulated. So 5:20 back in the room, and we go downstairs for coffee. Thank you.
Test.
Oppure questo qua. Gli lasciamo questo, magari dopo lunedì vediamo di... Yeah, we can just leave this to you and then we will... Yeah. Would be great. Sometimes it's exactly going to be with TV. For example, also to be someone to exactly parents and population. Go to the hospital or good idea. But I don't know if we use it a lot because do 4 months. We're not allowed to take it.
But I mean, as I told, not ARLEF who is going to distribute this kit. So we asked.
If it's possible in Italy, it should be when it's
Yes.
about Bologna. So I can make it. Yes. Avevo visto una gara previsto, volevo capire se già no, perfetto.
No, credo perché lei è quello che mi piace.
così ogni pausa bisogna contare i dispersi. Rimangono in settore C.
Bene, direi.
Well, I think we can resume our works for this last part of our afternoon session. We have a contribution on the Burgenland Croatians by Mr. Buranic, who had already given us a general picture of this community in the morning. This afternoon, he's going to talk to us about the teaching materials that have been developed to support education for Croatians in Burgenland, for nursery school and primary schools. Thank you. I have the honor to take the floor again. Again, after the coffee break, I hope you can bear with me for another 30 minutes. There are a few concrete examples that I'd like to make. Good practices that I think have been working very well for us concerning teaching materials in nursery and primary schools. Very attracting teaching materials for young children education. These materials are very important when it comes to transmitting a language, especially when that language is a minority language, as is the case with the Croatians in Burgenland. I didn't say it, but perhaps it's worth highlighting that our Croatian dialect is different from the Croatian language spoken in Croatia. And in our case, or in the case of Croatia, there has been standardization. Possibly the teaching materials used in Croatia cannot be used by our community because there are language differences. I already said this morning that there are specific needs when it comes to multilingualism. We need a complete school system, including bilingual education at all levels, up to university. And then we need teachers speaking and promoting the use of Croatian. And we need modern teaching materials, both digital and analog. 30 years ago already, we tried to develop this material with our teachers. As for modern didactic materials, I believe the Croatians have achieved good results. I'm going to tell you more about the so-called kindergarten folder, Kvaci ZRC, of the Croatian Cultural Association of Burgenland. With this kindergarten folder, our association has developed a valuable tool for linguistic promotion and cultural education in early childhood. This folder is addressed to educators of bilingual nursery schools and parents who wish to educate their children in the Croatian language of Burgenland. This folder, you see it here, it includes various chapters, and then I'm going to tell you more about these chapters. It's very easy to use. This is it. You see there are songs, nursery rhymes, texts, everything we need when we work with preschool children. The goal is that of promoting the use of Croatian and to valorize Croatian. It is also important to promote cultural identity because here we have stories, traditions, and we are successful in preserving our culture. And it is also support for educators and teachers, because this teaching material can be used by educators every day. This folder includes songs, nursery rhymes, traditional Croatian songs with music and text and lyrics. There are poems, stories. There are instructions for musical accompaniment. With music, you can really achieve a lot. There are hand games and nursery rhymes with numbers, festivities, come Svetimikula or Vazam, songs and games related to Croatian festivities, group games and theatrical performances, a basic instruction for song accompaniment. We know that it's much easier to learn a language through music, because music touches emotions and feelings, which is the pedagogical approach of this folder. Well, the folder is based on an integrative and playful approach to language. It promotes immersive learning. What does it mean? It means that language becomes an integral part of the daily life and is not taught in isolation. It promotes participation because children are actually involved in songs, games, and stories. Language is actually experienced, lived, and perceived. And thirdly, multilingualism is a resource. This folder helps boosting the self-esteem of children of Croatian origin. And this folder also promotes intercultural learning. This is our concrete contribution to implementing the linguistic rights of autochthonous minorities in the nursery schools in Austria. Children can learn new songs and these songs refer also to different seasons, from autumn till summer. And this is an instrument that the educators can use every day in their daily work. But there are also various occasions and various examples of songs that might be used for certain activities, like songs having to do with the seasons, Jesen, which means autumn. There is a beautiful song on red apples. There is spursti, a nice exercise that you can do with your fingers, or eating prunes. And at the same time, you can learn about interesting words like lishe, kostan, yesh, and yeshen. Another example of a typical traditional festivity is Vetimicula, Saint Nicholas. In this case, there is a short song about Saint Nicholas, Veshe Mose. There is the music, and then children prepare Saint Nicholas bags, and they place their shoes in front of the door. And again here, there are words to be learned, like Dobar dan, or other Croatian words. Now, these songs can also be copied by parents who are advised to sing them together with their children at home. And parents are also advised to read their children's book in Croatian. And we also recommend parents to deliberately use the language of their ethnic group in daily life while cooking, playing, or walking with their children. There are about 100 songs within this folder. This is the result of about 30 years of work. And this folder has been conceived so as to be able to add new songs, new stories, new games. And we send these folders to all nursery schools. And we also did something else. We started publishing songs, children's songs. We have collected them in a CD. This CD includes 18 songs coming from the folder that you've just seen, so that educators can sing and play with the children. And at the same time, there are also instrumental, there is also instrumental music, so no lyrics to be sung, so that children can also exercise with musical instruments. These folder and together with a CD, they have been very successful. This is why we have published another CD with a further 18 songs. The CD was the best tool to promote Croatian, and it was also used by parents and educators. The songs can be are arranged as to invite singing, clapping, and dancing together. And this participative approach is ideal for use in preschools, schools, and family gatherings. And the texts effectively promote the active use of this minority language, Croatian. As for the CD includes traditional elements like the ländle, there are folk dances, folk melodies, and Croatian children's songs, but there are also modern influences of jazz, reggae, pop, and rap music, and they are present in Philip Turan's compositions, who composed all of these musics. And besides classical instruments like violin, clarinet, accordion, and piano, traditional Croatian string instruments like the tamburica are used. Tamburica is very popular as a musical instrument. As I was saying, this CD is used for involvement, is used also to enrich cultural knowledge. CDs are almost obsolete as tools because these songs are to be found on Spotify. Leti Leti's My 1 and 2, both playlists are available on Spotify, and you will be able to listen to our songs. These CDs, we don't sell them. It's not that we want to earn anything by selling these CDs. We want them to be used by families where these songs have to be sung. And then technology, as you know, changes very rapidly, and this is why I've been trying to adjust to new changes. And we have thought of adapting these materials. And we realized that there is a novelty, something new on the market. This is the novelty, the Tony box. I don't know whether you know these Tony boxes. I think they are available all over Europe by now. And what have we done? Now, the songs that were published on these CDs are now accompanied by our figures. I mean, many families having young children have these Sony box with those small figures. If you want to listen a specific song, you have to choose a specific figure. And now we've developed these figures for our songs. I hope it works. You place the figure on top of the box, and you should be able to hear the song.
U ovoj dvorani. Mi se veselimo, čas ste došli k nam na
Adventske svitje.
If one changes the figure, then the music changes. So you change the figure and...
Sviću, i trijetu, i četvrtu. Blizu je ju čas veselja u božićnom vrtu.
Und wir haben solche Boxen dann kreiert, wo wir gesagt haben,
we have then developed these packaging. So there is another figure that we use, so you can listen to another CD.
Das sind diese Lieder, die hier aufgespielt sind.
As I was saying, these are the songs that you also find on the CD.
Arlipoje das the sad of the Ivy. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Das heißt, dass
So we have three different personages, which I've just shown you. So three different characters, and each is associated with different songs. And then a band also recorded the songs that the children listened to. So those songs, together with these characters, are to be found in all families, in all households. And we will try and propose new contents thanks to this technology. And children know that when they are at home, they take a specific character and they know exactly which content is associated to that character. If I want to listen to a Croatian song, I have to use that specific character, which is the advantage. Children can play, they can play autonomously. They don't need supervision by parents, which motivates them to listen to these songs. Or in the case of a birthday party, children can play with this stony box. They choose the song that they wish whenever they are celebrating their birthday. And I believe this is very important. Through music, we want to develop new games. We want to create bridges among generations, languages, and culture. New technologies can be a very important instrument. These technologies have to be used by families. So we do no longer publish CDs. We have to think in terms of new instruments. Now, with these characters, we succeed in having children listen to these songs. They're also available on Spotify, on our YouTube channel, so they are available for free, and they are accessible by each and everyone, which allows a larger use of this material at any time and everywhere. The next step is going to be very important for us. The adults should be invited to play along, to dance along, to sing along. And they are invited to move and repeat the same movements that are to be found in the various games that we have included in our folder. And this strengthens the sense of belonging to the group. I believe that this tool is very up-to-date. It allows us to promote the Croatian language. If we cannot adjust to modern times, we will become obsolete very soon. But it is only by adjusting to new technological development that we will be able to promote our language.
Ako imate pitanje, prosim, stavite, wenn es Fragen gibt zu diesen Dingen.
He continued in Croatian, and at the end he adds that he is available to answer any question.
Das ist Kindergarten. Kindergarten geht aber auch bis zur Schule. Das heißt, man kann sich auch in der Schule wenden. Ja, geht also vom Kindergarten los.
From nursery school, so preschool age up to primary education. This is when you can use this folder. It's a teaching material, but you can use it at home to play at the same time. Thank you. Just one thing. we also published a book in German on the history of the Croatian in Burgenland. It's a new book. It's available online. It's written in German. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buranitz, for this exhaustive presentation of the teaching materials you have developed. We really understand how complex it was to develop these materials. Also because the Croatian you speak in Burgenland is different from standard Croatian, so you really need to make a huge effort to develop these materials. So thank you, Mr. Buranitz. And we get ready for the last contribution for this afternoon. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Maurizio Tremul, chairman of the Italian Union, Unione Italiana, Italians in Slovenia and Croatia. His contribution has the title Minority Languages as Added Value, the Experience of Comunità Nazionale Italiana di Slovenia e Croazia.
Good evening, everyone.
Buonasera.
Good evening, dobry wieczór, dobry wieczór. Just a comment on this beautiful and fruitful day, beautiful exchange we had the opportunity to listen to. It was extremely interesting. From the paper point, the point of view of documents and the legal framework, the right of the Slovenian community in Slovenia, the Italian, Hungarian and Rome community in Slovenia are quite high as against European standards, even though other minorities in Europe have more rights. However, the community in Slovenia, no, regardless of this right, is not as active as, for example, the Basque community. The situation is better in Croatia, but not everything is positive. Going back to my presentation, I'm trying to explain the importance of languages and minorities in cross-border regions between Slovenia, Croatia, and Italy as an added value of the territory, as an opportunity, and we will try to do it taking into account the different expertise we gathered over the years. As for European projects that have been mainly carried out together with the friends of the Slovenian minority in Italy. A few words on the Unione Italiana, Italian Union. I'm the president of the Italian Union. Unione Italiana is an organizing representing all the Italians in Slovenia and Croatia. This community overcome the tragic events of the Second World War, where we saw in our regions nationalism, dictatorships, totalitarian regimes, oppressive systems that turned it from the presence of Italian in Istria from a majority to a minority. We also had our schools being closed by the Communist Party, and they've never been opened again because the Italian were to flee. But this is not what I wanted to talk about, because in the end we managed to transform that those tragic events that turned us from a majority to a minority into a condition in order to pursue dialogue and cooperation. Bilingualism we are trying to implement in our region, we believe might be a development and growth model. In Croatia, as Jessica already explained, this is the only bilingual region is the Istria County, where we have 7 cities and 13 municipalities, which are bilingual according to the national law. Here you have a list of the cities and municipalities. In Slovenia, we have 4 bilingual municipalities. In these municipalities, almost the whole area is bilingual, not all of them. The whole social, economic, political, cultural, institutional, administrative, legal life should be bilingual. Unfortunately, this is not the case. However, this is what nation states tell us when they want to explain how Slovenia and Croatia adopt the European Charter of Minorities for minority language. There's certainly the need to extend these rights to other areas like Rijeka, Kerso, Kras, and the Littoral Mountain region, where there's no bilingualism, also in accordance with the Italian-Croatian Treaty on Minorities from 1996. Here you have a map of the 51 community of Italians in Slovenia. Probably one will join shortly, and the others are in Croatia. Bilingualism as European model. It creates cohesion, inclusion, development, intercultural dialogue, cooperation, and peace. Bilingualism means often we have very many mixed marriages, and children grow up with a mother tongue and what I call a father tongue. They acquire a culture from their mother and another culture from their fathers. Sometimes even more cultures and languages because their grandparents come from other ethnic groups. This is not all perfect. There are many issues, many challenges. Very often those two languages in mixed marriages have not often equal rights, and usually there's one language prevailing over the other, and you can guess which one is prevailing between Italian and Slovenian and Italian and Croatian. We all try to promote European project, trying to promote the language and culture of minorities. We started many years ago with the first European programs, Paese Basco, and so on and so forth. Adriatic, Slovenia and Croatia in 2000s with the Slovenian community in Italy. We started with an artist of two minorities project, 7 painters from the Slovenian national community in Italy and 7 from the Italian national community in Croatia. And we organized a number of exhibitions also in Rome and Ljubljana to represent a common artistic heritage. Then we continued with the poets of two minorities, 12 poets from the Italian national community and 12 from the Slovenian national community, translated in Italian and Slovenian in a joint effort containing all those poems. Then we launched a first project of tourism, cultural tourism of the cross-border area, starting from the notion that has nothing to do with nationalism or that there is a piece of Slovenia in Italy, which is where Slovenian living in Italy are, which has nothing to do with the movement and the changes in borders. And there's a piece of Italy in Slovenia and in Croatia. It is the cultural identity, cultural community. So we wanted to promote some tourist cultural paths all over the cross-border region in order to promote jointly that area. And this was the Mean Tour project. Then we promoted other projects for schools. It is around 2000, Slovenia and Croatia have sovereign independent states for no over 10 years. Slovenia and Croatia even more have experienced a time of euphoria, a nationalistic euphoria. Minorities were not much appreciated, especially the Italian one, because the Italians were the one that could want to take back those territories they lost with the Second World War. So we went to schools with the MIMA project, the Image of Minorities. A young girl of the Slovenian community in Italy and of the Italian-Slovenian in community in Friuli, Venezia Giulia and Slovenian schools. We presented together in Italian and in Slovenia the situation of the Slovenian community in Italy and the Italian community in Slovenia as friendly community. Italian and Slovenian are friends. Of course we can be friends. It was a beautiful experience because after the first doubts, people started to understand that they could fall in love of a person belonging to the other minority. Another more ambitious project is the analysis of the cultural, historical, and linguistic heritage of the two national communities, organizing many conferences. And the latest one was the minorities after Schengen. Will they grow? This was around 2000-2006. Will those minorities grow after Schengen or not? We believe that united Europe, borderless united Europe, would see a growth, beautiful growth in minorities. In the 2007-2016 phase, these are projects that were carried out until the end, so they apply to European tenders. I mean, quite complex project, but they developed the friendship among the two different communities, and they made the local people understand the minorities are just a cost because bilingualism is expensive because of translation and everything, and rather they're valuable because they bring development and peace. This was recalled by President Mattarella and President Piazza Mustria during the national visit in Capodistria that reminded us the two minorities, Italian in Slovenia and Slovenian in Italy, contributed deeply to the good relations between Italy and Slovenia we have today. Now I look at the Slovenian community members present here in the room. And this is true. So this is what we call Project Maturity 2007-2013. Educa is a project to educate to diversity with a number of initiatives around Friulian, Slovenian and Italian friends meeting, speaking to each other, cooperating. Then we had the simple project, a beautiful project, a project on Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Albania, and Montenegro to present minorities not as negative components of societies, but as valuable components of society. We drafted in Capodistria appropriate communication on the media with an example of an appropriate and non-appropriate newscast. For example, a member of the Rome community entered her house and robbed it. And the other approach that was one person, without giving any ethnical connotation, entered the house and did whatever he did. We also had an advertising campaign on the national question in Slovenian media, on the national channels, against intolerance. And the purpose was, can you see all those iris? So the campaign was asking, what is the color of your point of view? So we didn't want to use the term tolerance or intolerance. We asked what was the color of their point of view with the writings in Slovenian, in Croatian, in Albanian, in different languages, in order to underline the diversity of point of views and the equal rights of each national belonging. Another project was Easy. It was Easy Clean. We realized 32 language courses, Italian language courses for notaries, police forces. We published documents and anthologies of famous characters of the Italian community. Here you can see some pictures. A book for children, made with children to learn Italian in nursery schools. So a number of activities, cultural activities connected to literature. And then we had also the Lex project, which was probably the most political project, an analysis of the legal framework in Italy, the way Italy protects minorities, and how Slovenia protects minorities. Italy recognize language minorities, whereas Slovenia recognizes cultural communities. So we carried out this analysis in order to understand what are the learning opportunities and the best practices to be used in the two administrative bodies. We also organized an important international conference with the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Italy, de Mistura. And then we reached today's phase, which is 2014-2027, the innovation and digital innovation, especially with some of these projects, which are premise, multicultural journey between Italy and Slovenia through the prism of minorities. 4 multimedia centers were created on Cimbrians, Ladins, Friulians in Veneto. We established the first multimedia museum in Koper. The first one was created in Smo in San Pietro al Nanozone by the Slovenian community. And then the STIC Multimedia Center in Narodni Dom in Trieste. So a multimedia center narrating the richness of minorities. And then the Premise Plus was a capitalization of the first project with the STIC, you see, at Narodni Dom, and then the multimedia station of the Italian community in Koper. Then the Tartini Bis project, how to enhance, to promote musical tourism, to revitalize one of the most important musical composer born in Slovenian territory, also in the electronic, in a modern key, electronically. And the latest project is Kiss and Go. It is an ongoing project. from the idea that there are no kisses which do not use two tongues. So they are bilingual kisses. So kisses actually see the meetings of two languages, two tongues. It's a project of the manifesto of the democratic data in Slovenia in the 90s started with the motto, there's no kiss without two languages, without two tongues. Here you have two comments we made in the framework of FUEN in Poland 2 years ago, in Novi Sad this year. Multilingualism and creates an advantage for economy and enterprises, is useful to tourism and services. It promotes social cohesion, it promotes education, because it creates also cooperation at European level. According to these short mottos you see on this slide, it creates cooperation. So bilingualism on cross-border areas creates opportunities for growth and development. And basically, we would like to say that all these examples can be helpful for other minorities in Europe. And bilingualism is an extraordinary wealth because it connects languages, cultures, identities, and it creates coexistence, intercultural dialogue, active citizenship, friendship, and peace. This is our headquarters, where we have the Multimedia Center in Koper, Gravisi. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank the young of the European Office of Koper, of the Unitarian of Koper, that prepared these PowerPoints. So I would like to thank my co-workers for this PowerPoint. Thank you and enjoy your evening. So I would like to thank Maurizio Tremol for his presentation, for explaining the different initiatives of the Unione Italiana. And we believe that since Slovenia, Croatia, and Italy at international level requires the interaction of different legal framework. And of course, this makes it all a very complex work. We are at the end of this day. I'm trying to draw the conclusions, which is not an easy task because many topics were tackled, many ideas were shared. The idea was to reflect upon our weaknesses and strengths of our minorities. Certainly, we do realize that there are huge differences, especially from the legal point of view. Alfred this morning explained how the Ladins in the Dolomites, though they live in a similar areas, according to the region they belong to, they have different experiences, different potentials and also Acquavita underlined how the Istria County has an autonomous statute which is different from one of the autonomous Italian regions. So the situations are different, and therefore also the consequences are different. If on one hand the legal framework is certainly different, and also the power of the speakers of a minority language is different. because it, of course, is regulated by the provisions of the country the minority is located in. If there are differences, of course, but we understood that all minorities have common challenges. Of course, there are different numbers. If I think of the Basque community and the Latin community, we have different numbers, but there are common challenges anyway. Which are migration, a decrease in the birth rate, which in many cases can be shared by all the minorities, and these solutions needs to be shared. The other situation of all languages, not just minority languages, is the dissemination of artificial intelligence, of new tools. Mr. Boranitz explained how paper material was transferred into digital means. And the future is yet to be seen, and the change is extremely fast. With artificial intelligence, things might change a lot. So I believe that according to to the individual knowledge, everyone was able to expose their opinion.
And today's purpose was also that of learning from each other and maybe meet again in the future to see what has changed. Now, having said that, I think the time has come for to say goodbye. Now, I'd like to invite the councillor from the municipality of Cormons. I invite her to come here, and she would like to say goodbye to you on behalf of the municipality of Cormons. Good evening. I really would like to thank ARLEF and SSO, who have contributed to the organization of this important meeting, but also our speakers, because I think that each and every one of them, with their voices, with their stories, with their perspectives on minority languages and the future of minority languages, have enriched us. They have enriched us. So on behalf of the municipality of Cormons, I thank you so much, and I wish you a nice evening.
Ecco, sappiamo che l'altro ente.
The other body involved in the organization has been the local authority for tourism, young people and sport from the municipality of Burda. So I give the floor to the local councillor. Thank you. I wish to thank all of you. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to have been able to host here so many different speakers. One thing is sure, you don't know Slovene. You can't speak Slovene. Can I proceed? So thank you. Thank you on my behalf. It was an honor to be able to host so many events within this festival on both sides of the border, in Tolmin and today in Villa Vipoge. We've seen how easy it is to cross the borders, how easy it is to cross this border that no longer exists and actually never existed in the past. Of course, borders were established in the past across vineyards, across the fields, across cities. Peoples were divided, and it was difficult to get used to that barrier. But today, I think we can look at this area as a single area where there is a strong collaboration going on and whose peculiarity is indeed multiculturalism. So let me say hello to you in Italian, because I can also speak Italian. I mean, we are in Slovenia, and this is why I used Slovene first. I'm really very pleased. I'm really very pleased to have been part in this project, which really was very significant for our area. And I wish to thank the municipality of Cormons, which gave us the opportunity to know more about the matters concerning minorities, not just in Europe, but in the world. And I hope this is not going to be the last opportunity that we have. I hope that this becomes a traditional festival, maybe to be held not every year, but every 2 years. We could meet and meet again to discuss these topics on a scientific basis. So thank you once again, deeply. A heartfelt thanks for all of you who have contributed with your knowledge and with your experiences. I hope I'll be able to convey this knowledge and invaluable experiences to all those who have not been able to participate in this event in Cormons or here in Villa Vipoj. I know that there are many events underway right today, and maybe more people would have liked to participate, but I hope I'll be able to convey to them your knowledge. So I repeat, let's make this festival a traditional event in our area. Now, we really have come to an end. I wish to thank all the brave among you who have stayed with us, both here in the room and connected remotely. I thank the municipality of Cormons and Burda for hosting us. And my hope is to meet again very soon, also with our guests for new discussions, for a new exchange of ideas and perspectives. So let's hope we'll meet again very soon. Thank you all.
Facciamo una fotografia per la storia.
Si aspetta che diciamo subito, prima che la gente vada via. Allora, prima cosa di fare una foto di gruppo con i relatori, e secondo, fatta la foto.
Okay, we will first have a picture with all the speakers, and then we'll go visit the exhibition at the Bravo Castle afterwards. Thank you.
Anche quelli della mattina. Sarà pubblicato anche sul sito.
Manderete il link?
Rimaniamo tutto. Facciamo tutti quanti sopra.
Sopra? Poi ci mandate anche le foto?
Sì, è difficile spostare adesso. Quanti? Dietro o davanti, Michela? Forse è meglio davanti, così abbiamo comunque lo sfondo, però con tavolino, dai, stiamo qua. Sopra. Secondo me, sai cosa? Il problema è perché qua il cavo, così siamo davanti al tavolino e non vuoi. Io ci verrò. Non siamo tutti? No.